So without further ado, I'm going to invite IVP for a quick morning announcement.
So,
Lily, that you?
good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I have a very quick morning announcement. I don't know if I can just check this morning. Yeah, okay. So I thank you for doing these slides. You see that it's quite not my type, but I'm not a print person. Okay. Did you wait enough for it? So we have signed agreement with HSSO. So for our lovely international guests, just for you to understand, so HSSO is one of our higher education institutions in Switzerland, and it's been actually 2 years, at least 2 years, that we're working with them. It's a project that started with Arnaud, I think, during his first mandate, and that had joined last year, and now we signed the agreement. That's really something we're very, very happy about, because like it actually means that we will have this slide. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So what does it mean? It means that we have possibly a new section. It will take a while. I won't go very deep into the statutes, but Article 11 of our statutes defines a little bit the process for sections to get admitted. And then you also have 3 sections that will receive additional fundings to help them with your events, mainly for the HSSO students. And yeah, that's it. Looking forward to update you on this topic. If you have any question, come to me at the break or something. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Now.
Hey. So we're gonna get started first of all with a quorum check to see if everyone is here. So the question is, did you get more than 3 hours? Thank you, scrutinizers. I did not forget it. Thank you to our scrutinizers who are going to help me count the votes. As we did yesterday, I'm going to call each section's name, and I'm going to ask you to raise your voting device and say yes, reply yes, no, or abstain. And so the question is, did you get more than 3 hours of sleep last night? ESN Basel, did you get more of 3 hours of sleep last night? Yes, no, or abstain? Abstain. ESN Bern. ESN who? Yes. ESN FHNW. ESN Fribourg. ESN Genève. ESN EPFL. ESN Uni. ESN Lugano. ESN Luzern. ESN Le Cadet. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zurich. So with
8.
8 yes,
Seven, no?
5 thanks, and 1 no.
okay, so with 5, with 8 yes, 1 no, and 5 abstain.
8 plus 5 plus 1 is 14.
Yeah, I have 4 abstains too. Right? Am I crazy? 8, 9.
Oh wait, I also have 12. Okay, sorry, we have to
9, 10,
do it again.
11, 12, 13. Huh?
Because he has 4. Is Basel abstain? Fribourg abstain?
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. Okay, so we're gonna start again.
Can you just, now that you take the, I think it's worth it.
Ah, okay, yes.
ESN Basel, yes, no, or abstain. ESN Bern. ESN Pau. ESN FHNW. ESN Fribourg. ESN Genève. ESN UPFL. ESN UNIL. ESN Lugano. ESN Luzern. ESN.
Abstain.
ESN Neuchâtel. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zurich. Yes.
Now we have 13.
We have one more of the yeses than it was before.
Before, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
So it's
Someone
seven,
changed.
7 yes,
One.
1 no, 5
5
abstain.
I have 6.
Mm.
I have 6 yes. No.
No, it's 5 abstain.
Yeah.
It's only 5. Because otherwise,
Oh, yes,
13
fine.
again.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that cool?
No.
But it was 6, it was 7 here.
Yeah.
11 years.
That acceptable?
You take food, just take this.
Okay, so with
7, yes.
7 yes, 1 no, and 5 abstain, quorum is met. Thank you very much. And so we're gonna proceed immediately with an amendment to the agenda. So since there were 3 amendments to the amendment to the standing orders proposed last night, and in order to fit in all the presentations and
2 seconds, 2 seconds. Yeah.
I just put it here, so it's maybe a bit bigger for you, to fit in all of the presentations, and to make sure that we get all the necessary explanations. I propose to first, of course, amend the agenda, then we'll have the presentation about the NB, then the 2 presentations by, jointly by ESN, UPFL, and Neuchâtel. Then the NB would like to give a response to those 2 proposed amendments. Then we will have a question round of 15 minutes. Then after that, we will have meet your colleagues, coffee break, and then voting explanation. So the meet your colleagues was a bit sooner so that the coffee break is not too late. Then after the coffee break, we will have the voting explanation and the voting. After that, the workshops and then lunch. So just to make sure that we're time-wise not too late with the coffee break and lunch. Is this amendment, this proposal of amendment to the agenda clear? Are there any questions? Yes, Loin. Just
Marie, yes, in Neuchâtel, is in Zurich. I just don't understand the NB response. Why do we have response and then questions? Why isn't it together?
Marco, yes, in Switzerland, so we requested to prepare some slides to respond to the amendment so that we would have kind of instead of just like ask like a million questions, just have it in like 5 slides, explain our perspective so that we can have like a valid question round after where everybody's on the same page.
thank you. Procedural. Just one moment. Yes, just wait for the mic, please. And Flavien was first. Was it procedural or procedural from Flavien?
Flavien is in Basel, yes, in Switzerland, professional. We only see the amendment to the proposed agenda until lunch. And some of the things were originally after lunch, so that suggests that some things were changed after lunch. And we don't see it.
Yes. Sorry, but one second. Yes, you're correct. We can show the full agenda. Wally?
On what you guys said earlier, the NB had an excruciating long time yesterday to defend their original amendment, so we are proposing to split the change of the agenda to have at the first time the presentation of the amendment to the amendment and an approval for the NB response, because we believe that this is adding time to a presentation that the board had already time to do yesterday with the questionnaire.
Don't I'm not sure. You know.
Okay, thank you, Waldo. So what I propose is that we will vote on Waldo's proposal to split the amendment to the proposed agenda. So I'm just gonna modify it and then re-show you the new proposal. And then we will vote on the fact if you want to accept the NB response or no. Is there any objection? Thank you. I see no objection, so I'm just going to quickly modify the amendment to the agenda.
I don't think I've ever seen an NA this quiet, to be honest.
Too early.
What do you mind?
Up to this.
Sorry, so we are going to vote, if you approve of, to separate the proposed amendments to the agenda into two parts. So it would be splitting the fact that we vote if you accept the first part, basically that's in blue with the links. If you want to add that to the agenda, and then the second part you vote if you want to allow the NB a response. Was that clear?
This will be on the other.
Oh, why?
Okay.
No.
Okay, so if you vote yes, then that means that you will have to then vote if you approve to have add the first part to the agenda, and then also vote if you want to add the NB response to the agenda. And if you vote no, then the NB will not give their response.
No, sorry. No procedure. If you, may I get it? Like a word? So, if you vote no at this first vote, actually, you will not separate it. It's not about the response itself, it's about the separation. So if you vote no, the amendment, how it was proposed by the sharing team, would be voted in a complete, so meaning the amendments would be, and the response would be voted together. That clear? Okay.
Thank you, Laura. Okay.
Excel has a response. Can someone run
Response?
or
Procedure? What? That's a procedural.
So I guess some difference in Deutschland. Maybe it's not sure, but before I understood that Belita asked already if there was objections about splitting, and I think no one objected. So aren't we supposed to vote already? No.
no, there was, we
Okay.
need to vote on this.
Okay. Do you approve to separate the amendments? Sorry. Do you approve to separate the amendment of the agenda of any two into two parts? Version 3 is the one that I showed you before. So please raise your voting device and state yes, no, or abstain. ESN charges. Oh, yes,
Yes.
No roll call.
I'm sorry. Okay, again. Do you approve to separate the amendment of the agenda of NA3 into two parts? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise your voting device for no. And please raise your voting device for abstain.
Three.
Okay, so with 6 yes, 4 no, and 3 abstain, the amendment,
Three abstain.
sorry, the separation of the amendment of the agenda of NA3 into two parts has been approved. So moving on, we're gonna vote on if you want to allow the NB the response. Okay, so first we're gonna vote on if we will add the presentation of the amendments of ESN Iberfeld, ESN Inil, and ESN Neuchâtel to the agenda. So these.
Just a procedure.
Oh, yes.
I said, ESN EPFL is an international, very much supposed to be the amendment of the NB in this one as well. Because they are also proposing an amendment.
Oh, yes, it's included. I'm just gonna add it.
We wrote NA, that's not, it has to be NB.
Here, I got it, I got it.
Okay, do you approve to add the amendments to the amendments of the standing orders by the NB, ESN EPFL, ESN UNIL, and ESN Neuchâtel to the agenda of NA3? Please raise your voting devices for yes.
Close.
Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. So with 12 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstain, the addition of the presentation of the amendments to the standing orders by the NB, ESN, EPFL, ESN UNIL, and ESN Neuchâtel has been approved. So you will have those presentations. And then do you approve to add the response of the NB to the agenda of NA3? Please raise your voting device for yes.
And please really put it
Yeah,
up. So you for yes.
Okay.
this
Please
is
raise
Jennifer,
your-
not Jade.
Seven,
Please raise your voting device for yes again.
oh yes.
Please raise your voting device for no.
Three.
Please raise your voting device for abstain.
3.
So with 7 yes, 3 no, and 3 abstain, the addition of the response of the NB to the proposed amendment to the standing orders by ESN EPFL, ESN UNIL, and ESN Neuchâtel has been approved. So now finally, just vote on the amended agenda. So do you approve the amendment of the agenda of LA3? Please raise your voting device for a yes.
Oh. 13.
Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. Then with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the amended agenda has been approved. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on first of all with the scrutinizers also, and we're gonna move on with the presentation of the end of the amendment.
Version 3, version 4 now. Version 3.
Wait, just give me 1 second.
Yes. 1 second, Hamza, just 1 second for them. Version 3. Version 3, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be a very, very quick presentation. you. So why these amendments? So it's going with some of the feedback that we received yesterday from Valerie, mainly regarding some inconsistency in some part of the amendments. And while going through that, we also found a few typo to be to have it corrected. So I mean, you went through the document. I hope so. So basically, for the 30 days, just to have a general thing that is well written, because we already referred to the 30 days on Article 3. That's 3.8. Sorry, and then it would have been also the case for 3B and 3C. That's it. And what Valerie referred yesterday was Article 18.4. So to clearly state that it's not only the SO but also all the other documents. That's the same typo. And that's the same for the standing order. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Arifin. Next, I'm going to invite Doreen to present the amendment that was submitted jointly by ESN, EPFL, UNIL, and Neuchâtel.
So Lorraine, ESN Neuchâtel, ESN Zurich. I'm just presenting ESN Neuchâtel here. And I speak for 3 people because otherwise it would be chaotic. We saw the amendment yesterday, and after some conversation, we had some ideas that we are going to present today. We don't think that the proposition of the LB is bad. We just have some other opinions on possible things. So the first one, there's 2. So keep with me, stick with me. The first one, amendment to amendment 1, we would get rid of this part. So actually, it's where the NB can propose changes to official documents, propose it to the section, and then in 30 days, section can say they don't want it, and then we have to vote on it. Otherwise, it's just accepted. So mainly, positive aspect of that is that you would have less amendments to NAs, but also it could pass really quick thingies, such as typo, or like this thing to this morning. But on the other hand, we thought as well that it would work to LRs, because instead of having changes to documents for NAs, you could have it technically whenever in the year. And so then you have to read all the documents, ask your section if they're okay with it. So that could add a bit of work, and then, yeah. And if section are not okay with it, then you have to have an ENA. So it's again, another evening where you have to speak about changes to documents. Another thing, sometimes what is nice with NA is that we all here, so you can talk with your section. It's a bit easier to exchange. Are you okay with the change? Are you not okay with the changes? And here it's a bit harder because you have to somehow get in contact with your team. If it's during the summer, for example, then it could be quite difficult, and you have to find another section that is disagreeing with it, so you can have the referendum. And another thing is that when you have changes to documents, and then you have DNA, you have presentations. So sometimes you read the documents and you're like, oh no, I disagree with it. Then you have the presentation and you're like, oh no, actually that's fine. We can vote yes for it. In this case, you don't have the presentation, and you could ask all your questions not in question rounds, but one-to-one to NB members. So it would be more work for you. You have to write all your questions, and then NB members have to answer one-to-one. If we have question round, one can ask the question, and maybe other section that had similar opinion or similar questions. And another thing's a bit more abstract. Section are only showing opposition if they have with changes to documents and not appreciation. If we accept an amendment, usually in NAs, then it's just we're okay with the changes. So what we think, as again I said, the amendment proposed by Gripping yesterday and this morning is not problematic at all. We just think that we could, we have dedicated time to do that, and so we don't see the point of having other moments to do it. And also, it's best to concentrate the work of LRs in section 3 times in a year, if possible. There could be ENAs, but yeah, we do changes to documents, we do it in NAs. That's our idea. So again, what we offer to change.
Please.
Yeah.
Can we keep this slide for 3 minutes so we actually can read it? Thank you.
additionally, can it be sent in the chat?
It was not, I mean, not, no, because, for example, we don't have access to the document. It would be nice to also pass together.
Yes, can,
Forward it then.
yes. Okay, it will be sent in the chat. Are you presenting the next one as well? Yes, please go.
And so the next one is a change mostly in the hierarchy of documents. So the change is not big. It's just putting code of conduct lower. Because we found like of one case where it could be problematic, might be others, but we thought about one. We see code of conduct more of recommendation, not strict rules like procedures that we have, like for example, in standing orders or in statutes. It doesn't say that we don't have to follow them. Huh? Don't get me wrong. And as I said, we found one case where we could have an issue with this hierarchy, and it concerned what we think about, like what we define as discrimination. So in the code of conduct, we have the list of discrimination, and the last one is role and experience within ESN. So I took a fictional example, and thank you, Babu, for using mascots yesterday, because I thought we could use it. So in an example where Coco, our mascot from Neuchâtel, has been to EGM last year, in Neuchâtel, he would have less points for next EGM. That's how we work. So in the list of position, he ends up in the 5th position, so he has no chance to go to EGM. He's not happy about it. And he goes to the NL saying like, oh, that's discrimination based on my role and experience in ESN. So if we take the extra spot distribution policy that is for now under code of conduct, it says that sections are free to rank members the way they want according to their needs and policies. So if that case, if code of conduct and extra spot policy are together, then it's fine. Just Coco goes to the NL and then it's like, no, section can do whatever they want. So that doesn't change anything. But if the code of conduct is higher, then there's two possibilities. Either we consider that the list based on experience is discrimination, then the section has to redo the list without that argument, or it's not considered as discrimination and it's okay. And who decides if it is discrimination or not? In that case, it would be the audit board. So we think that if code of conduct and extra spots distribution policy are on the same level, then there's no discussion. Just like sections are free to decide how they rank the members to go to international events. So it wouldn't add more work and people to go ask questions actually. So that's the only case where we found something. If you think it's not relevant, then you just vote no for our amendment. If you think it's relevant, then you vote yes. It's a bit as you wish. So that was the change. That's it.
Thank you very much. We're actually going to move on with the ending.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a turn. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so we prepared a quick presentation because we think that some of the things that were said in the amendment to the amendment proposed by the section is not accurate. So first of all, this is how our current procedure looks right now. So this is the amendments to the statutes and standing orders, and it's kind of split in 3 parts. You have the amendments to the statutes, which can only be approved by the NA, and the amendments to the standing orders, which can be approved by the NA or approved internally by the national board with the potential of a referendum. So this is not a new potential parallel procedure. This is the existing procedure that we have right now. And the idea behind this is that when we have trivial amendments, like, I don't know, making us like, I don't know, some spell checks or something, we can do it without having to bring this to the NA. This was also used, for example, for the board restructuration last year, where we would have had to have one ENA to vote for the changes in the board and another ENA to vote for the actual people applying for the positions. But this way we changed the standing orders before the ENA so that at the ENA we could vote for the people applying for the positions. And also at NA2 we got the feedback that a lot of the amendments could have been an email because they were trivial. There was nothing really to discuss there, like the VPG-VPD split. And so this procedure allows us to make kind of the trivial changes without having to bring it to the NA. And we have the possibility of a referendum in case that we think that something is trivial, but the sections think that it's not trivial, they can call for a referendum. And then there's also another part with like an additional thing that applies to statute and standing orders. So what we do in our amendment is, first of all, this has been in the statute since at least 2007, probably earlier, but I couldn't find any earlier statutes. What we are doing first is we want to split this into amendment to the statutes and the standing orders. So it's basically, this is the same structure, but in 2 articles instead of 1. And another change that we're making is that this second part is not only applying to standing order, but to all other official documents. Why? Because at the moment, we don't really have a clear standardized procedure for all other official documents. So we are kind of taking this procedure for standing orders and also want to apply it for all other official documents. And I think that we both agree that the ranking is statutes, standing orders, and then below standing orders, everything else. And the idea is that we take the procedure for standing orders and like sponsor it for everything that's below it. Yes, so what the section they're proposing is to completely remove this, which first of all would make us having to bring every single amendment of any single thing to an NA, which would result in more ENAs because every time we have to change something, we have to call for an ENA. And also we're removing this procedure that has been in the statute for at least 19 years. And we're not just removing it for all official documents, we're also removing it for the standing orders. And this is a procedure that has been in our statutes forever. And I don't think that an amendment to the amendment is the right place to take something out of the statutes that has been there for 19 years with kind of no attempt to remove it. Yeah, and also, I guess this is like really an issue of kind of abuse of power in the national board. You don't want the national board to push amendments that they wouldn't be able to kind of get approved at an NA, which is a fair criticism, but we have multiple checks and balances in place. First of all, the statutes, this is our constitution, we can never change it without the NA. The national board members are elected by the NA and they represent the section's interest. And if you feel like a national board member is abusing their power, you can remove them. You can always remove a national board member. And the referendum, in case we make a change, is there. It's not the default option. So the idea is not to just send everything online and then accept sections to make a referendum. It's really only used for cases where the MP considers that the change is trivial, but the sections think that there needs to be some debate over that change. And amendments that require a debate will still be presented at the NA. This is the same way we've been doing it for the standing orders forever. Yeah, and then I would ask Diane to comment on the second part with the code of conduct.
Yes, in Switzerland, for the part of the code of conduct, I think one thing was not. Yes. Maybe one thing was not fully seen is that the code of conduct has a part, the part number 1, that explains the aim of the code of conduct. And the code of conduct clearly covers questions of social discrimination, not procedural discrimination. And so there is kind of an aim that is set by the documents that do not kind of allow us to rely on that to go around and apply that to all other documents. Another point is that within the documents, it's also stated that it covers the activities where we participate. It doesn't cover the documents. So that is also something that needs to be checked. It's like the code of conduct is restricted to activities that the participants participate in, not documents conflicting with each other. So for us, the real rationale behind that for the amendment that you proposed, I mean, you can propose it with another rationale if you find other ideas that make more sense to be on the same line as the other documents. But this rationale is not, for us, strong enough. It doesn't fit with the spirit of the code of conduct.
Thank you. We are going to proceed with the question round on Slido. And so we're going to open the speakers list. I'm going to ask you to be concise with your questions and your answers.
Yeah.
And we're going to do for now 40 seconds for questions and 1 minute for answers.
And if you want. We get like Matteo, can you run?
People take a second bite and go out.
We don't have a second one. Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Just-
Keep it funny.
Yes, can we show the slider? Yes. Okay, so we have the first question from Brad. Could you,
But I'm typing as well.
okay,
Again.
so please say who you are directing to.
Frank, ESN Switzerland, ESN at HW. Can you name an actual example from the past where this altered procedure would have benefited?
To whom's the question?
So which, Lauren, yes, which amendment? The one with the code of conduct or the,
Yes,
No, the other
the document changing.
so with the NB that can propose?
Yeah.
Ah,
Sorry.
no, actually, it was just a thought, and like some was answered partially by the response from the NB, in my opinion, when we talked with my section just now. So I think indeed for easy things, it's much easier to go through this process already. It has been existed for a long time. It's just that if one day we have an NB that wants to change so many documents, and all of a sudden, like allows have to answer a lot of things, but that's hypothesis. It's not like we don't have an actual like situation where.
Just to be clear, there's never been a situation. Sorry, comment. Frank Vincent Switzerland, ESN at HW. Just to be clear, so there has not been an occasion in the past where this new procedure that you're proposing together with other section would have benefited.
Lauren, yes, in Neuchâtel. No, I don't have any example from the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question from Flavia.
In Switzerland. I have a question regarding the document hierarchy. Doesn't the fact of having the code of conduct at the same level as other docs not solve the issue that you present, like the specific example? As it would suggest that both the code of conduct and the SCPP would agree. What happens if it doesn't agree?
Lauren, yes, in Neuchâtel. So in that case, if you have two documents together, then the audit board can decide like which one is the more relevant. And in that case, it would be the extra spot distribution policy because it solves the case much easily. And if the code of conduct is higher, then we go through all this process of like, do we consider it discrimination? Don't we consider it discrimination? That's the only difference. Does it answer your question or not? Partially? Okay.
Thank you. The next question is from Axel.
Axel, ESN preferred ESN International. So my question is toward the response of the MB. So my question is, like, because I don't really know like the legal framework in Switzerland and how it works, but does every amendment, every change in the status and some orders need an actual amendment? Because I know that in ESN International for like some typos or some little changes that don't change at all the content, but only like some issues, there cannot be changes without any amendment actually. So I don't really know how it works in Switzerland, but I don't believe it be different, but I don't know.
Is it a comment?
Yes, I can actually answer very well. Nora is an international, so at least as long as I am in ESN, and that's over 8 years by now, it has been the practice how we did it in Switzerland. We always brought also typos towards DNA, or if it was a understanding orders, did them ourselves, but then send it to DNA so that they have the possibility to call for the referendum. So it's a practice. I'm not sure if it's in the law, but it is at least the practice that we have been doing here.
Comment from Daniel.
Yes, in Switzerland, and I also think that this is something that should be brought up to the sections because sometimes when you correct the typo, you might introduce a loophole in the documents. So at least with the procedure, you can be sure that sections can spot a loophole and like reject the thing.
Probably the comment.
Yeah, I mean, but since it's so for the statutes, it's always approved by the NA. We cannot change like the constitution without having the NA approve it. For everything else, like Laura said, the standing orders could be amended by us and sent to the section with like the opportunity to call for a referendum, and all the other documents no. But now with the procedure proposed by the sections, we would have really any typo to present it at the NA.
Yep.
I mean, there is no procedure in our statutes that would say otherwise.
Is anybody still typing a question? I'm gonna wait for now. The next question is from Daniel.
Yes, in Switzerland, my question goes more to the old people. And now, I am old also. The content, yes, sorry. The amendment, the first amendment that the National Board proposes was concerning changing the names of the delays from a month to 30 days and so on, and to extend actually the article to the other documents. My question is, the amendment to amendment is proposing to take off all the line. Are we talking about an amendment to the amendment we did, or are we talking about a new amendment that should have been sent 18 days before?
So, Laura, ESN International. In my understanding, it is a different amendment, to be honest. It's not an amendment to your amendment. And I think there needs to be a broader discussion. If section C a problem in this procedure, it's fine if there is going to happen an amendment, but I think there should be a discussion beforehand, because the amendment as done is that it's not concerning the same things as the NB is amending. It seems maybe that way, but because a whole new article is written in the document, yes, but it's separating two articles, as it was explained in the response of the NB. So from my understanding, it's not the same. So if I may give an advice, I would advise to not vote on this, but this is really my personal advice. And to bring this to the next call with the president and to discuss this more in depth.
The next question is from Frank.
Okay, I know. Frank is in Switzerland, he's in a picture, know you. Again, it's for Loreen regarding the documents amendment. My question is rather simple. Why is 30 days not enough time to review a document from a section's perspective? And I would like to highlight that the National Board can call an extraordinary NA with a 30 days notice.
Lorraine is in Neuchâtel. Yes, I think it's okay like to review a document in like 30 days. Like the main point for us, it was just that it could work since all official documents could be changed. So that's the main point. Yeah.
Since it's stated in the motivation that your proposal would free up more time for the sections to review documents, how does it do that? Yeah, like as a comment on this, like how? Because
Lorraine is in Neuchâtel. So actually here, it's mostly that you know that when you have an NA or an ENA, you know that you're going to have to review documents. So as an LR or in the section, you know that you have to be concentrate and look at the documents, discuss together about it. Here it's just that it could happen anytime. And so then you have to find time, maybe if it isn't planned, like it's not our work, like sometimes we're not here, sometimes the president is away. So that's the main concern about it. When you have an NA, you know you have to check your message and see what your LR sent to you.
Yes, Tony, yes, in Switzerland, just a very quick comment as a reminder, this is already the case right now, and it has not become like more work by us bombarding you with documents. So just as a small reminder.
Thank you. Next question also from Frank.
Frank, ESN Switzerland, ESN FHW. Again, Lorraine, same documents. What would an appropriate amount of time be to review a document in this case?
Lorraine, ESN Neuchâtel. I think it would be better if someone from the LR in our section answer the question, actually, if it's possible.
Reaction from Waddle.
The question is a reaction because.
Name a section.
Well, yes, and PFL. The question is a bit misleading because the whole point of the amendment is not to increase the time. We say that what Doreen has been saying is that 18 days is okay for a regular NA because you can expect it and you know when it happens, or for an extra NA it is called. What is not the case is that it can happen at any time. And so for LRs who know exactly what bandwidth they can do and the reality in the position that they take, this adds some uncertainty that is hard to cope with. So it is not a question of how much time, but more a question of can you expect it or not? And we are adding expectability.
Reaction from Frank.
Frank, ESN Switzerland, ESN FHW. Again, it's very hard for me to paint a picture how it is different, like how a document review is different than reviewing all the documents to an ENA and also having to attend that. And I don't see it, the motivation that you've written, how this would reduce the overall workload for local sections.
Thank you. Then we have the next question from Jan, ESN Denmark.
Yeah, ESN Denmark. My question is to the sections and a proposal to retrain the code of conduct or remove it. From your presentation, I got the idea that if you go forward with this proposal, there won't be any way to raise concerns about discrimination at all. Like, what if the person has an argument with the board and then the board is like, oh no, you're not going anywhere?
I'm sorry, just quickly before the response, is anybody still typing a question?
Yes.
Yeah. Emilia Brzęk, ESN International. Actually, yes, because all of the official documents of ESN Switzerland are also referring to ESN International. And in ESN International, we have something like mission, vision, and values. And one of the values is openness with tolerance. So any documentation, any action of ESN Switzerland cannot go against the general values of ESN as the network. So mission, vision, and values are over everything because they are still voted as the document in ESN as the network. So actually, yeah.
Comment from Jan?
Maybe a follow-up question, more or less. So is there a point to the code of conduct for you then? So, like, why do you have it?
Are you asking about my personal opinion? If you ask about my personal opinion, we can continue this discussion during the coffee break because I would be happy to bring it. But I think we don't have time for this. No. For the coffee break.
Thank you. Next question again from Frank.
Frank, ESN Switzerland, ESN FHW. Lorraine, again, regarding the same document. How do you think this will impact the workflow of the national level, since we're also working for US sections, since an ENA would have to be called every time a document has to be changed, including typos and actualizations of documents?
So Lorraine is in Michelle. So what I've seen, like for ENAs or for NAs, usually we bring up these changes. And I'm not in the NL, so I don't know how many changes of typos you have to do for documents. Like the VPT VPG was a good example, so we don't have like 2 votes or 2 ENAs. But usually, like if we have changes, like it's okay to wait till the next NA to do it. It can not be the case in certain circumstances. That's why we have ENAs. So it's difficult to answer without being in the NL and seeing like how many changes you have to do and how urgent they can be actually. So if you want to maybe give an answer.
Yeah, Fribourg ESN Switzerland. So I wanted to emphasize the example of the board restructuration again. because we were without the vice president for a long time and I wasn't there, but the idea was that opening the calls for vice president of governance and vice president for the development was only possible because the change was made to the standing orders without calling for an NA. So if we wanted to do it, to vote, to approve it at an NA, then we would have to do an ENA to approve the new board restructuration, and then another ENA or an NA2 to actually elect the people. Yes. Yeah.
Reaction from, I didn't see who was first. Axel?
So, yes, difference in international. Yes, so this case was very interesting, but it's very specific because we decided to change the structure in the middle of the mandate, which is usually not something that most of the NOs do. I think usually you do it at the before NO2 to be able to change the board, and so you have to do it. But it was very, very specific, I think, in my opinion. So reaction to So reaction to also what you just said, Babu, which is that change the split between deputy DPT is something that happened in an extraordinary setting. We do not change the board. We do not restructure it every 6 months. It happened like once in the past. I don't know how many years. Maybe Laura or Elena can actually say. Yeah, so not every. So it is not something common. And the amendment introduces the fact of changing not typos, but actually meaningful content every on an unknown basis, which is completely unforeseen for sections for all the documents in them.
Before Donna's reaction, is anyone still typing? Is anyone besides Agripine still typing? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objection? Then after Agripine, the speakers list is closed. Please, Donna.
So Dominique, just a very quick comment. While yes, very extraordinary, what we did, it did very much save our butt. So just saying that those extraordinary things, while not regular, really genuinely saved us as a national board.
Reaction from Marlo?
I just want to emphasize that we've had this procedure and we rarely use it. We use it in extraordinary circumstances where we need to make something, to change something. We've done this for the standing orders and it wouldn't be different for all other official documents. We would only use it when we think that it's appropriate. Either it's a really small change or it's something urgent. And we're always under the threat of a referendum. So we're not gonna, send out something crazy because we know that sections are gonna ask for a referendum. So we have that kind of like check and balance where it's really only meant for extraordinary circumstances and small changes that don't really change anything.
Thank you. Just one moment. We're gonna try to stick a bit more to the time. So we're gonna do 30 seconds for questions, 1 minute for answers, and 40 seconds for reactions. And I'm gonna give every time a 15-second warning. Laura.
Please, mic.
Can you just ask again into the mic?
Can someone give Axel a microphone? He has a procedural question.
Yeah, please. I wrote the second, so can I please amplify on how I want to say?
Just give him the mic.
Procedural.
Yes, for us yesterday, so procedural, but Laura still wants to say.
Yes, Laura is an international. So you're referring to the audit commission as a body that could participate. Now, we don't have a commission at the moment. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we vote to also kind of cut this whole discussion a bit here. I'm sorry to say it that way, but that we vote if this amendment is actually an amendment to the actual amendment of the board. And to bring this to the next president's call, to the next allowed call, to bring this forward and to have this discussion in the network, but not now at the end, because I think this is the wrong place to do it.
Reaction from Lori.
Lorraine ESN. So I speak from my section and section wave if you disagree. I think I agree with the decision of Lara, so we can talk more about it in the future, and then it's just easy, and we just don't make the agenda much longer. So Neuchâtel, just wave at me if you're okay with it. Okay, so for Neuchâtel, we're okay. So I don't know for Uni, Le PFL.
Procedure for money.
If the whole concept of ESN account, if the whole idea is to postpone at least these amendments in general, isn't it actually suitable to propose to postpone the whole article general and that is fine?
If I may. Lorraine is initiative. So here it's more the question of the fact that we're not amending the amendment of the NB. It's not the fact that we can't amend it at all. So it would be better to actually vote on it. And as we said, it's not problematic to have that. We had it before. And then if we want to change it next time because we think it's still relevant, then we can do a new amendment to the next NA. That was my opinion. So we would actually not do the first one about the NB, but the code of conduct, we could still vote on it because it's amendment to amendment of the NB proposition.
Since this is right now discussion with of three sections who are discussing if they should withdraw or not withdraw their amendment, could they do it between themselves, not in public in front of the NA? Because I don't believe that this is also fair towards other sections.
Yes, however, I'm not sure how to proceed.
Frankly, in Switzerland, these and HW, I think it's fair to at least finish the question round and then schedule in time during the coffee break for the three sections to discuss it. If I'm not mistaken, it's right after.
It's meet your colleagues.
Okay, then
But so
it's up to you as sections in that case, if you, I think, want to go to meet your colleagues.
okay, so we will finish the question round and then we will see what happens after. The next question is from Frank.
Frank is in Switzerland, he's in FHW. Very same document I'm referring to. In the motivation, it says, and I'm stating here, this modification reduces the risk of extraordinary NA overloading in case of changes to documents which do not make unanimity. How is that? How does it reduces the amount of extra DNAs when now we have to call an NA as a national board? Every time you want to adapt a document, you can also delegate this vote to any of the other three sections of the boards.
So Lorraine is the initiative. Here, actually, we would have ENAs every time section are not agreeing with the possible changes. And again, as I said, it's hypothetical because if you do changes in the typo or like the VPD-DPG split, like no one was against it. So there was no need for another ENAs. But let's say you want to change a lot of stuff, then like all section ask for a referendum. And then like we need an ENA to actually speak about this referendum. That's in the case where we thought we might have more ENAs in that case. But in the case where actually now you have to have an ENA every time you want to make a change, I think we spoke about it just before. Like we have the VPD split, so we needed one, but it's more like specific.
One comment. Again, you're still highlighting that you could call for a referendum when you don't agree with the document, which is already what was proposed before. And now what you're proposing is if you either agree or don't agree with the document, you would have to call for an ENA. So that is something that just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't come over to me.
Okay, Lorraine is in clarify. So here we would need an ENA and do a referendum if the board is proposing a new changes. With the proposition here we have already, like with the news we have, yes. And here, like we wouldn't ask for any changes, otherwise we would just have them in NAs. And that would be the only one way.
So me, yes, in Switzerland, just saying, I think as national board, we would not stick to the NAs because when something needs to be changed, then you call for an ENA. So in my opinion, saying it would have less ENAs is just simply not true because every single changement would require an ENA and we would call for it. because sometimes also the NAs are quite far apart. If you have the October and the March one, there would be at least one that we always do. There might be a second and a third. So
Reaction from all of this?
So yes, I would defer. So actually, a reaction to this, which is that in general, like when you write an amendment, you write it in a clear way. Like you have a DPG, which that is literally to review that the documentation is okay. So you would not end up in practice with 6 CNAs in the whole year to just fix one document or the other if the documentation is solid. This is the first thing. The second thing there is also that in case, so you're saying that it actually keeps the exact same number of VNAs if the sections disagree with the amendment. The only thing is that it increases the workload of sections to actually have to review at a completely random moment some document changes that could be structural in which they do not agree, meaning that they have to also call for a referendum, which is non-trivial. Some sections are way less knowledgeable or would not dare do that because there is an intimidating process for them, typically. There's also that, whereas if you do it simply at an NA, it's simple for a section. They talk together, yes, no, to a typo, abstain, that's it. Whereas in the other case, oh, well, we have to discuss together to see if we do a referendum or not, call for other sections. It adds boilerplate and complicates the process whatsoever if the change is non-trivial. And once again, it's not about just the standing orders. It is structural because you extend this to all other documents, which was not the case before when it was only for standing orders.
In order, I think that Frank. Okay, yeah. Then I say Frank and Laura.
I saw this looking for this introduction. So I believe if there is a 6 SONA, as you say, like it's more like a time management problem of the. I believe like that the people that we vote on first, that they can manage the time that we have 3 opportunities during the year to make amendments during the NAs. So ENAs are more like real changes that it's to happen now or like, but most of the time, like when it's about like DPG, it was making sense because we had to change it before any 2 and 1. But strictly for like a kind of random amendments, if you didn't use the opportunity before, it's a bit on you on time management. So I don't believe that for most of the amendment, it would require the ENA if time management skills are there.
International, I would like to emphasize that, first of all, at the time that I'm in this network, it happened once that the section called for a referendum. You see that, and this, you have this right already. You can call for a referendum if something is not correct. And you talk so much each day or each week with each other. I don't think personally the problem of discussing also something like this if the NB breaks a point. Second of all, it's not just the workload for the sections, it's also a very big workload for the national level to do these amendments. But they do it because they believe that there is a need for it. And I mean, we had COVID. We had a situation where we had to write a new article and remove a board member very suddenly. Things can happen. Of course, we don't want this. And of course, we don't know what the next national board will do for it. I mean, sorry, no, not against the elected national board, but the future national board would do. But keep that in mind that it's not just workload for the sections, also for the national board, and things can happen. And that's why we have these procedures in place so that you as the National Assembly can react to it. But removing that would also take a power away from you. And I just want to make this clear.
Reaction from Frank?
Frank is unfortunately is an efficient document. Just a small reaction to this. As NB elect, we're indeed appointed by you as sections to work for you, to also develop ESN Switzerland and ESN as a network. And if we need to make certain changes to documents and we have to wait, and I would like to highlight this, the next NA is in 4 months. We have to wait 4 months before we can proceed with the documents that we need. And we're not able to be there for you as well as we would like to do. Versus 30 days of having to call a referendum and moving forward after those 30 days.
Reaction from Waldo?
Also, I think that's possible with a very long stint.
Yeah. Procedural from Valerie. Sorry.
So I think with this number of like reactions.
Section.
Well, yes, anyway, I think we need to cut number of reactions per question because like we are coming into 10 reactions per one question and we're never gonna end it. Like we're gonna stay here forever.
Thank you for your very valid comments. If there is no opposition, we're gonna limit to 2 reactions per question. No one opposes, then this new rule is now valid. So sorry, Barbara, for your reaction. So the next question is from Flavien.
Yes, because yes, in Switzerland, I'm coming back on the other amendments and the documents here came my previous question regarding if documents don't agree. So according to you, if there is an actual social discrimination, but it falls under the sections eliminating the other spots, it would mean that because it's easier to just agree with the SCP, we should ignore the code of conduct or and where do you cut the line?
Oh. Lauren is an initiative. So no, we should never like go across and not take care of the code of conduct. Obviously not. It was just a case about role and experience in ESN. And then, as we said, it should be like audit board that should like decide if we take extra distribution policy or the code of conduct. And as question raised yesterday, we don't have the audit board, so it will be a question to speak around like in the NL to see how we do in that case.
Reaction from you?
Yes, and other yes in Switzerland. So in this case, we just come back to the same problem where, according to you, the discrimination is not clearly defined, and we have to deal with is it discrimination or not. So it's not changing anything to the issue that you're raising.
Lauren is initiative. So actually, the only thing here, it would be possible for the audit board to say that extra spot distribution policy could count as much as the code of conduct in that specific case. Here, with the code of conduct higher, it wouldn't be the case. We just wouldn't take care of the extra spot distribution policy in that case. That's how we meant it. But we can talk more about it if you want afterwards, since it's a recurrent question.
Thank you. Next question from Anna Maria.
Maria, yes, I'm Bern. My question is to Barbara. You mentioned the checks and balances, and the third point was that document could be sent or brought up to an A again if you deem it to be up for argument. It's clear that from the section side, there's the referendum. So if at least 2 sections within the dedicated timeframe call the referendum, then it's up for the vote on an A as well. But within the MB, how would it be decided if this change can be made internally and approved? Would there be any other tool or way that the MB can decide if this is actually something up for?
Barbara, yes, in Switzerland, we don't have a clear procedure for it, but we've had the system for at least 19 years, as I said. And Laura said that we had 1 referendum in the last how many years. So like, I think that the national board is, knows the situation good enough to judge whether it would be a problem or not. And in case the judge is wrong, then sections can call for a referendum, but the idea would be to really avoid referendums. I would say, for example, the HR strategy that I had to amend at the last meeting to add the role of the HR manager in the HR strategy. That was a document that I had to present and then we had to vote on it. So that would be an example where, we would know that there would be no opposition to it and we could just, send an email.
Reaction from ESN.
Actually, yes, ESN International. So yes, there was only one time referendum, but I don't think there was that many changes in total, like during the past years as well. I don't know if you know, Laura.
Yes. Like the whole, please? No, I'm not going to. Yeah, I have to. That's it.
You know, it's not a way like that we try to bypass the ANA or anything. It's more a way that we take those as a state sometimes or like procedures that would help like, to introduce a change of the structure before it's too late or something like this. But it's not used usually in a way to just put like many different amendments.
Thank you. There is just the comment from Valerie that you can read. Next question is from Matteo.
Hi, Matteo, ESN Zurich. Is going a bit out of the details. We would just like to ask Daniel to repeat his explanation on the placement of the code of conduct because as of the section, we did not quite understand it.
Okay, Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, basically at the moment what was proposed by the board is that the code of conduct is above the other documents, but not above the standing orders and stages. Sorry. What I said at that moment was the content of the code of conduct is targeted to social discrimination, not discrimination with procedures. So the thing is, we don't have something in the code of conduct that will directly target how the other documents are defined by themselves. As long as within this definition, there is no like social discrimination. Like you don't say all the people that cannot go to the events. The aim of the code of conduct is clearly defined. And so when you go back to the code of conduct and when you read the aim of it, you can see that it would never apply to a local decision of order of any type of extra spot distribution, because there are other things that will define how sections decide their order. So just to be very clear, the discrimination stated in the code of conduct is defined within the code of conduct and do not spill over organizational decisions like that.
Reaction, Excel.
Axel, yes, in the Legislative International. So yes, so it's subject to interpretation, and I might not have the same one about any kind of interpretation, but anyway, like what I'm wondering a bit, it's like if it's not about anyway, if it's not about procedural things anyway, why does it need to be VATA as well, like in the list, if it's not about procedure on something that is about procedure? And that's a rhetorical question, not a question.
Send a question.
Further question. So next one from Juan.
Yes, I'm sorry. You mentioned that experience with discrimination could be justified or used by sections. Does that like slow growth or might it lead to like experienced people like dominating? Yeah, examples you used. I don't know if it was hypothetical. The example of the sections could determine how they like who participates in EGM based on experience.
Procedural.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Domi, yes, in Switzerland, I'm not sure, but this is talking about the code of conduct itself and is not relevant to this discussion, in my opinion.
It also seems to me that it's not relevant to this discussion.
It's not a discussion to be had, I think we don't want, but
sorry. So we're gonna move on to the
Yeah, I agree with the but it's also not so relevant, but it's going to be a quick one. I think the biggest problem there is that amendment was not discussed during the code before, and I really appreciate how it's done at international level when everything is discussed beforehand without like not only officially sending it like some number of days before, but like during the code thing.
Or we as in Switzerland, so this has been an amendment that has been in the works for like years, and most of it was written by our previous advisory council, like a year ago, and they consulted the section at the time, and the only change we really did was that they had the rules for the statutes, the rules for the standing orders, and the rules for all other documents, but standing orders and all the other documents have the same procedure, so we just merge them into one, so we don't have the same thing written twice. But this has been something that has been on our drive and in the works for like 1 or 2 years. Yeah.
Thank you, Marco.
Marco, international guest. Looking at the whole discussion has been why you feel like when being the important that this would pass, and or it can be useful that it would be postponed and we discuss the next NA, UN saying the version that all the section agree. You feel like these changes will impact now, or is more that maybe in the future you need some changes in the documents?
But with ESN Switzerland, so as I said, this is not like this is something that we've had in the works for like 1 or 2 years. So it's not like we don't want to change anything tomorrow, but it's just in general to have this procedure for the case where we need to change something, either because it's trivial or because it's urgent. It's just kind of a general procedure that we want to have, but it doesn't mean that, you know, we want to change anything anytime soon.
Thank you, Flavia.
Flavia is in Basel, yes, in Switzerland. Regarding more the principle on why we have the actual procedure of having amendments that can be done outside of the NAs by the NB, isn't it the point of presenting amendments to the NA to discuss them and to include them in the bigger picture of how we want to function as a NO and associations in general? And having to present and to take time for small type of change would take up time on useful other times and spots that we could have a moment in an NA, given that we have limited time on the weekend.
So, Marine is initiative. Indeed, for typos that can go really quickly. Like we had a presentation of Daniel in the NE2 where he was like, "Oh, we have the split VPD VPG, so now we changed the name in all the documents." It took 30 seconds, and then it was done. There was no question, and we moved on. So it was not that much time during the presentation. Today we had one like, "Oh, we changed a couple of things." So we agree, like on these small changes is not a big deal. Here was just in the case more of if we have bigger changes, and that actually section call for referendum. I don't think anyone is going to call for a referendum for typo.
First reaction from Waldo.
Yes, Waldo, yes, in the so Flavia, I feel like your question is also mixing up two things, because take, for example, approval of the minutes of the previous NA. No presentation, no time is taken. Essentially, it's just do you approve? Yes, no, 10 seconds, that's it. You can essentially have the same for typos if the national boards deems it relevant that the amendment proposed is just typo and text and nothing meaningful behind. They can say no time to presentation in this sections would be happy with it. If they're not, they would propose to amend the agenda to have a question to have some extra time. But saying that we would need to call for an extra NA and so on and take time for typos is a bit misleading because of this. It would not, I mean, it would basically take no time at all. So you would still discuss at NA for meaningful changes instead of passing them without an NA with the extended procedure which is proposed.
Reaction from Daniel, and it will be the last one.
Since it's, I'll just say that ironically, the example that you gave, Robin, was the point of discussion of some sections that told us why it wasn't just applying this procedure and it would have been an email. So
yeah.
So I've been in Switzerland. Yeah,
normally there's no comments. So
sorry. Yeah, we're going to collaborate quite well with okay, yeah, I'm just going to go back to one of your motivation. It's a question regarding the source amendment. So you stated in the amendment, if I can find the document, that the code of conduct, the Swiss event policy paper, this is the policy paper, and the other documents approved by the NA are all adopted and amended through the same procedure. The proposal plays, so the proposal of the NB placed the code of conduct on its own separate level in the hierarchy, which suggested that it ranks above these documents, even though it is treated like the same way, exactly the same way. Why didn't you, like with the two other sections, also put the same orders in this way? Because like they're also following the same voting process, amendments process.
So Lorraine's initiative, again, is just because we had this one case where we thought it might be problematic. So it's not like a general problematic. It's just this one case we thought about. So that's why we didn't change the other ones, because we didn't find problems with it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't want to answer too much university questions, but like the question like, is not really like a problem, but like because like the motivation says the ranking slash the amendment process. But like the standing orders follows the same amendment process as the other documents, so it's except the statutes. So like why not putting it together? Okay, well, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So I just want to thank everyone for taking the time for it. And you have a comment about the, okay. And we for answering a lot of questions, because personally for me, it's much.
Wait a second, it's a procedure. It goes from here.
Yeah, yes, Victor, I have a procedural question. Since Laura before confirmed that the amendment number 1 to the amendment should have been sent as a new amendment 18 days ago, is it not supposed to be voted on by the NA now if we still accept this first amendment as an amendment currently? Instead of having the sections beside themselves.
I'm just gonna verify everything during Meet Your Colleagues, and then after the coffee break, I'm gonna propose either change the agenda or that's sorry. That being said, we're going to proceed with the introduction to Meet Your Colleagues by Daniel.
Thank you. Daniel ESN Switzerland. We are now going for the next part of the agenda. It's Meet Your Colleagues. For the ones that are not familiar with what Meet Your Colleagues is when you find again the people that have more or less the same positions as you in the section, and you discuss with the community managers or members associate and so on. If you are an active member, decide more or less based on what you are doing at the local section. If you are an active member in comms, go with comms. If you are an active member at events, go with events, and so on. If you are an international guest, choose the community that best fits what you do. I'm invited there. I'll ask all the community managers to come up front, so you know more or less with whom you are supposed to go.
That's a good idea.
You get
Yeah, but you didn't say it, that's why I'm reminding you.
right? So, if you are a local representative, please go with hands up. You are a president or you work in the education and advocacy field, go with Agripin. If you are on the business and finance domains, go with Lenny. For the event managers, project managers, and other wonderful things around trainings and events, with Matteo and me. For all the HR parts, so members in the HR network and so on, vice president, communications and IT, with Tommy.
We have any? Okay, nice.
If any future LRs wants to join me as well, they can. So
Also, President-elect Scott is due to join us.
Same for everyone else. I go where I want to go, to be honest.
sorry, one last thing. International guests as well, you're supposed to join, or whichever part you're, sorry, I'm just leaving.
So whoever you want outside, it's not finished, please. Outside or inside, know that after that there is the coffee break. After the coffee break, we are back in this room, and the city will show you the time where you are supposed to be back in the room. Count 10 to 15 minutes of this time for the coffee break. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, I think that was you, but let's quickly track, so.
Yes, for the question, there you go. There's for me to the pictures yesterday.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to proceed with the form check. Make sure that. Quick, please take a seat. She's coming.
Thank you. Now you can write me.
These people have conversation.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good time with your colleagues and as well at the coffee break, and maybe got to discuss the amendments. So before anything else, we're going to proceed with the quorum check. So the question is, could cereal be considered a type of soup? No. You know, I don't care. No. So I'm going to ask the question, and regarding your answer, you can raise your voting device. So, could cereal be considered a type of soup? Please raise your voting device.
No, roll call. Forms roll call.
No.
It's not.
Yeah. It needs to be section by section.
Yeah, roll call.
Because we're voting.
Yeah.
Please. We're gonna do a roll call.
Yeah.
ESN Basel. Where I don't see thank you. Yes. ESN Bern. ESN Hood. ESN FHMW. ESN Fribourg. ESN Genève. ESN EPFL. ESN Uni. ESN Lugano. Luzern.
No.
ESN Neuchâtel. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zurich.
Yes.
So we have 13 in total. 7 yes. 5 no, 1 abstain.
Form, please.
Interesting choice, I would say. Trying to raise it.
What did you say?
Yeah, 7 yes, 5 no, 1 abstain. Was already raised.
Okay, so with 7 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstain from. So we're going to proceed as I explained on group chat, as was proposed before, to vote if the proposed amendment 1 by ESN, EPFL, Union, and Châtel is accepted as a valid amendment to the proposed amendment of the NB from yesterday. And we're just gonna have a very brief explanation so you can be sure of what you're voting on. So please, Laura and Axel.
Yes, thank you. Laura, just to clarify, I am a member of ESN International, but I'm also a member of my local section, and that's why I brought this up to DNA and asked for this vote. I think, in my opinion, it's not a valid vote because we are changing a legal procedure here. A complete legal procedure, and that's nothing that the NB actually asked for. They are just separating two articles in the amendment and changing, like separating the statutes from the other documents. But they're not changing the legal procedure behind the whole thing, and that's for me why it's not a valid amendment to the amendment, because it has a completely different context.
Yes, and on my side, I wanted to give another interpretation, but I have, because I do think that the amendment is valid. The NB with their amendment modified the title of the article. They change standing order, they change it from standing order to official document, and it actually changes the spirit of the text that it is under. And if you look at the point 3, which is actually what the amendment of the amendment is about, they say that the NB can propose and approve changes internally, and before it meant they could do those changes internally to the standing order. But now with the change they made of the title, it changed actually the meaning, and it like means that they can change to all the documents. So there is actually a change in the spirit of the text. So there is a change. So there is like the opportunity to change. So in my opinion, the amendment is valid.
Thank you very much to both. So we're gonna proceed with the vote.
Come again. Okay.
Do you approve Amendment 1 to the amendment to the standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents proposed by ESN EPFL, ESN UNI, and ESN Neuchâtel as a valid amendment? Please raise your voting device for yes.
Okay, wait, because. No?
If you
Burn?
say yes,
Again,
Is that a yes?
raise your voting device for yes.
okay.
Okay.
Like,
Please raise your voting device for no.
like no.
Please raise your voting device for abstain.
3 abstain.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. Since no majority is reached, it does not.
It's not an absolute majority, it's a simple majority.
It's a simple, okay, so. I think
To Maria. No, to Maria.
Generally, yes, in Switzerland, it's a simple majority vote, so abstain don't count, so it's a tie.
Yeah.
So if it's a tie, we have to go back to our documents and redo a vote. If you want to propose a clarification session, session with questions, you can. So maybe the vote is not the same because we directly are the same.
That's okay.
Maria?
Maria is the mediator. I do not discuss the procedural comment, but my original procedure question from before was if the amendment is to the current original proposed amendment, and with access explanation, it is not, in my opinion. But now we voted on it, and maybe I can just give my opinion why it's not for me. So to explain what I mean, because I don't think everybody understands what my concern was.
I mean, yes, because otherwise the votes were gonna be the same, so, yes.
So maybe like why I did the procedure before.
Yes.
You go back to the slide of Laura.
2 seconds. Yeah.
So if you open the original proposed amendment that the NB did yesterday, it's a different part than this one, right?
You mean with different part?
It's not the same part that's being like amended.
This is all green. It's all green. That's correct what Axel saying. This is all green because this is the part that's taken out. This is the new article that's written, so it's all.
Okay, but if you, sorry, but if you, because I just maybe don't understand your explanation as well. But because you explained it as the title being changed, and for me, I just don't understand.
Okay, so basically what has been done, the NB moved this text from one place to another, so that's why everything is green. But what the actual change they made into the text is actually the title, because before all this text was referring to the amendment to the standing orders. So all the text was referring to the fact about all amendments to the standing orders were done. And now it was changed to actually talk about official documents, which include standing orders, code of conduct, exposed policy, many different amendments. And so what the section of Lausanne and Neuchâtel can change the number 3. And what the text meant before the amendment of the NB, it was that the NB can propose and approve changes internally about standing orders only. And with the change of the title, now it refers to all the other documents. So the text and the spirit of the text changes from standing orders only to all the documents. So there is actually a change in the meaning of the text. So yes.
Thank you. Now I think it makes better sense to some people.
Then we can do the.
Procedural from Barbu.
Barbara, yes, in Switzerland, I just want to clarify what the procedure is, as according to our statutes that were voted in at NA2. So in case of a tie, standing orders voted in at NA2. So in case of a tie, a second vote shall be held. And in case the second vote results in that the proposal is rejected on the basis of the absence of a clear support from the NA.
Thank you. So we're going to proceed to a second vote. Okay, so do you, or a revote, sorry. Do you, my bad. Do you approve Amendment 1 to the amendment to the standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents proposed by ESN EPFL, ESN INIL, and ESN Neuchâtel as a valid amendment? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise your voting device for no.
6 no.
And please raise your voting device for abstain.
0 abstain.
So with 7 yes, 6 no, and 0 abstain, the proposed amendment 1 by ESN EPFL, INIL, and Neuchâtel is accepted as a valid amendment, so we will vote on it. So we're gonna move on to the public votes. And I'm just gonna quickly go over the voting rules again. So one section equals 1 vote regarding all the votes all the votes regarding the amendments to the statutes or standing orders are simple majority votes, and for afterwards the secret votes that regard the candidacies, we need an absolute majority. But we're gonna come back to that later. And as a reminder, please keep your voting devices firmly above your head when voting until it's no longer needed. Okay. So first we are gonna vote on the approval of the annual reports. So do you approve of the annual report 2026? And I apologize. Do you approve of the annual report 2025-2026? Please raise your voting device for yes. 13 yes. Please raise the voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. Yes, with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the annual report 2025 has been approved. Moving on. Approval of the financial report. Do you approve of the financial report 2025-2026? Please raise your voting device for yes. And 10 yes. Please raise your voting device for no. One high. And please raise your voting device for abstain. With 10 yes, 1 no, and 2 abstain, the financial report 2025-2026 has been approved. Okay, now we continue with the amendments to the standing orders. So first of all, we're going to vote on the first amendment to the amendment that was presented this morning. So regarding just some spell checks. Is there a comment? Just regarding the spell checks and corrections that were proposed by the procedure. Just 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe you can also explain all amendments to amendments work, so like everyone exactly know what they're voting about.
Yes, you do. Okay, very good point. So to explain how the amendments work, we will first vote to approve the amendments regarding the initial amendment that was presented yesterday. So for example, we have the amendment that was proposed yesterday, and today there was the suggestion to correct some spelling mistakes. So if the amendment regarding the spelling mistakes is accepted, then it becomes the new amendment. And so afterwards, at the end, after having approved or not all of the amendments to the amendment, we will vote on the final amendment that is the new version with the accepted amendments or not. Is it clear? Yes.
Sorry, to simplify, since the title was the same, could you just say when it was presented and by whom? Which is just a bit easier to vote. Thank you.
Procedural by Frank.
Yeah. Alternative to Frankie's and Switzerland using originally. Alternative to this, is it also possible to actually have the text that is being voted on displayed, so there is absolutely no confusion on what is being voted on? This is quite difficult with amendments to amendments.
Yes, we can, if you just give me 2 minutes to add it to this.
Yes. Okay. Oh, where was it? In the email? Can you just put up the? It is?
Yeah, just open them from there, no?
Which one is amendment to the SO?
3 ones that have.
Yes, okay. Is it the first one? Amendment to the proposition of a set of standing orders. The E is the.
Yes, that's the correct one.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay. So this is the amendment that was proposed this morning by the NB, presented by Agrippine. So do you approve of the NB's amendment to the standing orders, definitions, official documents, and just as a parenthesis, so regarding some spelling mistakes? Please raise your voting device for yes. For no, for abstain, with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the amendment presented, the amendment to the amendment presented by the NB to the standing orders has been accepted. Moving on.
Right.
Okay, next we're going to vote on the first joint amendment that was proposed by ESN EPFL, ESN IL, and ESN Neuchâtel, presented by Doreen, regarding the fact that the NB can make changes to official documents internally, as you will be able to see here. Okay, so please raise your voting device for yes. Like, please raise your voting device for no. Seven. Please raise your voting device for abstain. One. So with 5 yes, 7 no's, and 1 abstain, the first joint amendment to the amendment to the standing orders is not accepted. And moving on again.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay, now for the second joint amendment to the standing orders, presented again by Lorraine this morning on behalf of ESN, EPFL, Union, and Neuchâtel. If it would be accepted, it would lower the hierarchy of the code of conduct in the standing orders. So please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise your voting device for no. 7. Please raise your voting device for abstain. 1. With 5 yes, 7 no, and 1 abstain, the second joint amendment to the standing orders is not accepted. So moving on. We're now going to vote to approve the amendment to the standing orders. So regarding the votes that regarding the amendments that were just approved or not. No, okay, sorry. Since the only amendment to the amendment that was accepted is the one regarding the spelling checks, that means that you are now voting on the version of the amendment to the standing orders that includes the corrected spelling. Is it clear for everyone? Okay, so do you approve of the amendment to the standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise your voting device for no. 4. Please raise your voting device for abstain. 2. With 7 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstain, the amendment to the standing orders regarding the different statutes and standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents has been approved.
Wait, you just said statutes. Yeah, but then the slide is wrong. I'm sorry, we have to redo the vote then and the slide.
Sorry. Maybe explain a bit, because maybe the amendment.
It is.
I think she explained it good, but it's not the correct slide. We need to be clear what the votes are.
It wasn't, you misspoke. The slide's correct.
So the slide is correct. But now everyone's confused, so we should do. This is the question, obviously, now. But the amendment
this amendment is specifically is for statutes and standing orders or not? Or is it only an amendment to the standing orders? But then the slide is not correct. And then we need to redo the vote. We just need to be clear what we're voting on. I'm not sure there needs to be further explanation. Is it both amendments in one document? Okay. So then we need to change the slide and vote.
Yeah. Yes, can you please just clarify very quickly so everybody knows?
Fribourg is in Switzerland, so the only issue that the slide is wrong because the changes that we proposed in the original amendment apply to both the statutes and the standing orders. So it's just that the slide, like the question on the slide was like framed incorrectly, but it's the same document that we're voting on. Really, the question was wrong, so we are gonna have to redo it.
Procedural?
And then again, you
Think.
That's all you can say. So the is actually first amendment. The first amendment, the amendment of the NP was only about standing order, not statutes as well. Because we made it through.
That's true. If it was written there wrong as well. Yeah.
And are we sure to both documents? It's further, this one.
Were there spelling mistakes in both amendments or only one? Were there spelling mistakes in both amendments or only in the one? In both. So then we need to redo this vote. No, the first one as well because it's also wrong.
Okay, I do apologize for the mistake, so we will do a revote just to approve the amendment that was presented this morning by Agri-Team to the statutes and standing orders regarding some spelling errors. So, do you approve of the NB's amendment to the statutes and standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents? Please raise your voting device for yes.
please, hi. Hi.
For yes. Oh. Please raise your voting device for no.
Lower down.
Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain.
One. Yeah.
So with 12 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain, the amendment to the amendment is approved. So now we're gonna vote on the final amendment to the statutes and standing orders. Okay. Do you approve of the NB's amendment to the statutes and standing orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents? Please raise your voting device for yes. Hi, please. Evan. Please raise your voting device for no.
Or
please raise your voting device for abstain.
2.
With 7 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstain, the amendment to the amendment. I apologize. With 7 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstain, the amendment to the statutes and setting orders regarding the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents is approved. And lastly, we are going to vote on the action plan 2026-2027. So, do you approve of the action plan 2026-2027? Please raise your voting device for yes. With your section name to the front, please. Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. 1. With 11 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain, the action plan 2026-2027 has been approved. Moving on, we're going to proceed with the secret voting. So how it's going to work. I'm going to ask all the voting device holders to come to the front and get your voting ballots. There are the
Count how many you get
instructions on
through.
the ballots, how to vote specifically.
Can we wait until the explanation is done, please? Guys, can you see it till the explanation is done?
So you will be given a voting ballot. Please vote for your desired candidates by marking an X, and then fold the ballot twice, and then bring it to the team table. And just to clarify which way to fold it, so if you have the A4 paper, fold it first in half like this, and then this. Are there any questions from the voting device holders? No, then you can proceed with the class. Thank you.
Not enough. We have more. This is not enough. And now it's 6. There's more coming.
They should change it because otherwise.
Yeah.
Give me
Yeah. Wait, can you do this to me? It's what? No, we don't have fun. We don't need to both of them.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Hey.
Yes.
They want to be the last? Then you have to wait for Lugano.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have all of them.
We don't miss them, so we don't know which ones are the last one. What is the next point on your agenda? Lunch? So then we have time to count them. Why keep them?
Yeah, speaking. But with the both of you, please focus on 2 free shots.
Ah, fine for me, but we would still count them at the beginning of lunch.
Thank you to everyone for the votes. For the voting rights and those for voting. So normally we would have the workshops now, but since lunch is ready, I would like to propose to switch or change the agenda to change the agenda to have lunch now and the workshop sessions right after. Is there any objection to this change? Amazing. Then I will update the agenda accordingly and send it again on the group chat. So I don't know if anyone from the OCCA to say something about lunch.
Easy.
Lunch announcement.
For the specific timing? What time will the lunch finish and what time will that finish?
We would keep the same times that were planned, so 1 hour of lunch and 19 minutes of workshops. So we would be at lunch we finish at 1:15 and then workshops at
3:15. No, 2:45.
2:45. Is that it?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Because we need to leave early, you know.
Thank you, question. Listen, wait for the workshops. Is there a list? Workshop we must go, or is it a bit hours later? Or before all?
Yes, we're gonna show you the list of who goes to which one. Okay.
So, yes, Switzerland, maybe do it now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna send both on the group chat. I suggest that those are the rules, but I'm gonna share it right after because I can't show both at the same time. Okay, so since there was no objection, we're gonna go to lunch now for 1 hour, and then right after you can go to your workshops. Please be on time to respect the workshop holders who have prepared some very interesting workshops for you. Yes, that's it for me. Busy.
We're eating focaccia sandwiches, and it should be tasty, so enjoy. And it's just, you can get it at the table, you can go outside. There's also the botanical garden behind this building, really beautiful. You can go there. Enjoy.
Very easy. Thank you.
I would advise we do it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be hungry because they're not eating the food.
Use that. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your meal and that you had a good time at the workshops. That you learned a lot of interesting things to bring back to your sections. So before we move on, since there's going to be a proposed amendment to the agenda, we're going to do a quorum check again as a roll call. So I'm gonna please invite my scrutinizers to come to the front. So the question is hot dog. I'm gonna call each section's name. Please raise your voting device and say yes, no, or abstain. Is a hot dog a sandwich? ESN Basel. Yes. ESN Bern. Decide please. ESN Food.
Which target?
Would like.
Cool left? Yes. Okay, so we have one less.
ESN FHNW. Someone,
But he's not present, so he doesn't. Wait a second. But you are the president-elect, I'm sorry, it's not really okay. But it's about a change in the agenda, so. Okay, 2 out.
ESN Fribourg. ESN Genève. ESN EPFL. ESN Unil. ESN Lugano. ESN Luzern. Yes. ESN Neuchâtel. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zürich.
Yes.
It's 100 days out.
With 11. 2 missing, it's fine. Yes, but we are done with the quorum, I'm sorry, Lloyd.
It's also whatever.
So it's 6 yes. 3 no, 2 abstain.
That's fine. Yeah.
So we have a quorum of 11.
6 yes, and to abstain, the quorum is met. Well. 7, sorry. Okay, so we're moving on with the proposed amendment to the agenda. Okay, so the proposed amendment is just to change the order of the following presentations, especially so that the international guests can already go to the coffee break once we do the international updates and to announce the voting results sooner as well. And also I put an overview of the approximate timing. Of course, now it has changed a bit, but that is what it would have been if we had started about 10 minutes ago.
So cut the energy.
Comment? Mike?
I international board. If I understand correctly, international guests are not allowed to stay for international updates.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll talk about you.
Okay.
Talk about you.
So,
okay.
Do you approve of the amendments to the agenda of any group? Please raise your voting device for yes.
FNB, we're not allowed to vote right now, please.
Everybody that was present for the quorum can please raise their voting device for yes. As high as possible, please.
9. 9.
With your section name to the front.
Oh, 9.
Please raise your voting device for no. For abstain.
2.
So with 9 yes and 2 abstain, the new agenda is approved. I will send it on the group chat shortly. So we are going to proceed with the energizer. So first of all, we have ESN Bern, who is invited to come to the stage to get back their mascot. Yes. You should see support. Yes, their best.
Yes.
So excited.
So, basically, we thought a lot with Waldo about what you are going to do, and we have this wonderful idea that you will have a kind of a blind presentation to do. So we have some slides, and we will need to improvise the slides. Please note that there is almost no text on the slide, so it's not images. And you will need to talk to us about.
Yes.
Is there a time constraint?
Yes, the time constraint is 10 minutes max.
Okay.
The origins of the 6-7.
You start with the 6-7, I can find it.
I started this.
I just made a mistake because there's also the Basel time. So let's say maximum 4.
Yeah, that's great.
But feel free to do it further.
Oh, only the angle. So you want to hear me? Is it fine? Louder or closer? Put like this. 6-7. Yeah, this is my life. He's smiling at me. He's my partner in 6-7. Okay. Yeah, what to say about this? We go for the princess stuff. Oh, double sides. 6-7. I see.
Ooh. That looks like the sun maybe from the Teletubbies.
Yeah.
Devil Bear Sprouted too. Some flowers.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we are seeing a lot of pictures coming from the internet, and all the connections is that we can see some white on all the pictures, and probably they invoke some content feelings of some of you. I can say for the Teletubby Sun Baby, that has always been a great memory. Yeah, the maths doesn't add up though.
But what they all have in common is it's like a 6, 7 out of 10. They're not great.
Yeah, they are alright.
Go to the next slide, please. Oh, 6-7, I think. It's 7 years old and the other one 6 years old, probably. So Uno is not 7 years old, that's wrong actually. So that doesn't. You know about the big quest?
He went on a big quest with like 6 to 7 of his friends. Sadly, we only see one other person in the picture with him, but yeah.
And the big quest was to discover the origins of 6-7, which he's still doing here with us. Aro is probably
It's like 67 kilometers from.
7 hours walk from Berlin, but you can take the train. Okay, let's go. Maybe take the bus 6. Oh no, tram 6 and 7.
Oh yeah, you can take the tram 6 and 7 from the train station and Bern at 6 past and 7 past.
It will take you 6 or 7 minutes to reach the uni.
You find 6 or 7 flying tigers in the whole city.
Yeah, okay. And you can spin your fidget spinner 6 or 7 times. Station.
Again. Probably 6 and 7 times.
Imagine a couple more. Oh.
You need 67 minutes from virtual.
Yeah,
So okay.
you can fit 6 or 7 kids on track. So if the best friend of the day was SpongeBob has 6 or 7 holes in his sponge,
But Fribourg has 6 limbs, maybe 7.
Depends on how you count. Most of them as well.
I mean, if you find a good place, Falafel was 6 or 7 francs in Bern.
I have 7 levels. But maybe only 6 falafels inside. I think that's an insider for Carlo. Oh, why not? I mean, this is
7
maybe
kilometers.
67 kilometers. Maybe this is taken from platform 6 or 7. What is this? There's
Oh, young boys.
yeah, the 6-7-year-old kids of young boys have won like 6 or 7 titles in the last 6 years. I'm not sure how many titles Sion has won in that time. Looking there at the guy in the purple shirt.
Definitely.
Definitely not 6 to 7 titles. Oh, there are definitely more than 6 or 7. Oh, fuck. 7.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, yeah, this is the Acere.
So 75 minutes.
It goes on. It goes on.
Very interesting.
Okay, I think you have less than 6 or 7 minutes to finish the presentation. So please go quickly through, Carlo. Let's see what's coming. Platform 6 and 7, okay. Platform 6, there's the second class, 7 is first, or 7 is always first.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah. Thank you so much. 6, 7.
8, 9?
8, 9.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Sorry for that made my day.
Thank you very much for this lovely presentation. So first of all, is the challenge accepted? Yes, it's accepted. So congratulations, ESN Bern. And I'm gonna invite now ESN Basel to as well present their challenge to get back their mascot.
We were not even at your mic. I think it's a dance. Yeah, but you gotta introduce it. At least talk about it like you're doing.
So, hello. This is really embarrassing. So supposedly we should be a song that represents ESN Basel. So I may need some music.
Yep.
I'm sexy. I know it.
You know.
While we're waiting for the music, the dance is gonna look horrendous. So please don't laugh. If not, it's a hate crime against Asians. Just saying.
From the dice. Let's go in a minute.
Can you go into the chorus, like only the chorus?
When is that?
I don't know.
Asian, but it's okay.
Maybe like 1 minute.
Oh, wait, this is not gonna be quiet. That's stereotypical. Click on here?
Yeah.
Oh. And then I'm gonna make it as loud as possible. You should be. Ready?
Yeah.
Sexy.
butterfly pins, by the way, because
Thank you.
it's part of the family now.
Okay, so I think that means the challenge was also successfully accepted. Thank you so much. And we're going to continue with the voting results. Okay. Just a quick explanation before we announce the voting results. Unfortunately, there was one ballot that was filled out incorrectly, so we could not take it into account for the vote. So the maximum number of votes that could be obtained was 12 for this vote. So without further ado, first for the election of treasurer, Joel, please. Maria, do you accept the position of treasurer? And for Doreen's election as education and for again. Education and youth officer, my apologies. There you are. Do you accept the position as education and youth officer of ESN Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. And certainly not least for the position of advisory council. Drum roll, please.
Yes, thank you very much.
To all of the elected candidates, and without further ado, I'm going to invite Julia for her presentation on the.
Can I press?
Down.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, everybody. So we just come out from the workshops, and now I'm going to present you the Swiss Pool of Trainers. No, just joking. I'm actually going to present the Swiss Pool of Facilitators, or also known as POF, because POF sounds better. So a little bit of why we think it can be useful to actually have the Swiss Pool of Facilitators. I'm going to explain you also afterwards why we moved from Swiss Pool of Trainers to Swiss Pool of Facilitators. So, as you may have seen also in the workshop with Anya and Daniel, this is kind of what the journey of an ESN looks like. Every new position, every new event is a new opportunity to gain some skills. So it's always a never-ending learning process. It all happens very organically, very naturally, but not necessarily always in a very structured way. So it can work in multiple ways, depending, like just by peer-to-peer, it can work by different workshops, but then there is no long-term structure, let's say. So you learn by doing, as I was saying, there's lack of defined framework, and there is no dedicated community for facilitation and skills and training. So we rarely see the actual potential of training, which can actually become then strategic if we had a proper structure. Here comes then the idea of a Swiss pool of facilitators. The idea of this pool would be to have an autonomous structure, which would be part of the national level. It would, of course, be dedicated to training and development, and it would be coordinated by the training and development officer. Currently me, but then it could be a lot of other people.
The idea behind it is to really strengthen the training culture and provide also qualified materials and resources to all the network. Yes, bless you. So the idea is that the pool could be helping the local sections with providing materials, providing workshops, providing also trainers across the network, with all the 4 languages as well, and with training that would be suited for everyone. National events, community meeting, community weekends, the NAs, and any kind of training event that we want to do, but also collect all the needs and like through assessments, and also the requests to ensure that there is a consistency and a quality and kind of a standardized thing that keeps going from one event to the other. And it's not just one shot at each time and then we start over at the next event. The idea is also to promote non-formal education, which is always a kind of, I would say, methods that we use during every single workshop that you see in ESN, or most of them at least, we tried. And of course, also foster member personal development within the pool of trainers. So every member of the pool of trainers, doesn't matter if they're facilitators or just members who want to learn, they will also, of course, gain new skills by joining the spot. But keep in mind that this is the first draft. So the idea of this session is that I have already created a concept note that is still work in progress. I would like to collect also your feedback to get a little bit of what you think could be improved, what you think works well, and this kind of thing. Also a big shout out to Elena and to Julian, who were CDO before me and who did like an incredible job at building up until this creation. But keep in mind that we're just planting a little seed, and afterwards we need to work to make it better and to actually collect the fruit in the end. So potentially afterwards we're going to build up to a pool of trainers, which in a sense is kind of the evolution, let's say, of the facilitator, like a facilitator in a way. It's Pokemons. Well, you have like the small Pokemon, then that's the facilitator, then they evolve into the trainer. So the trainer also has the capacity and the experience to build more long-term structure and strategy within training. This is why for now, I don't think that the Swiss network has the capacity to build a Swiss pool of trainers, but we would rather focus on a Swiss pool of facilitators and then build up towards a Swiss pool of trainers. Now, to the juicy part. How is it constructed, let's say? So you would have the training and development officer who would be in charge of everything that he or she already does. And then you would have the facilitators who would be kind of the experienced members, and also the just members who don't necessarily have a lot of experience with non-formal education, but they should be very motivated and willing to learn, of course, to then potentially gain experience and become facilitators. Afterwards, the idea is that we grow well enough and we gain even more experience so that we could also have trainers as part of the Swiss pool of trainers. How do we define the different, what do we define as facilitators and as members? What I would propose is that facilitators would have to have facilitated at least 2 workshops, minimum 6 minutes each or more, of course. The whole application process would be done through a form, so they would also have to submit a TSO, which is a training session outline. It's kind of the paper where you describe all the session, how it's going to be done, and also give like all the information regarding the session. And they would have to submit one to prove that they can actually do it during the application process for the Swiss pool of facilitators. And they would also have to prove that they attended 2 training events of like multiple days of just events that are fully focused on training and development, or at least 4 workshops, course, here and there. However, members who would like to join the Swiss pool of trainers will only need to have attended these 2 training events or workshops. They, of course, need to have a very strong motivation to learn facilitation skills and non-formal education methods. And the idea is that they join with the willingness of also becoming a facilitator within ESN, or also outside of ESN, actually. It's always useful to know these skills. There are also some expectations. Like we expect that if you want to join, then you will be an active member of the Swiss pool of facilitators. So in this case, we would expect that every year,
you would be present, if you're a facilitator or a member, you would be present at least half of the SPOF meeting. We don't know yet how many we're going to do, possibly 1 or 2 per month, depending on the needs and the availability of everybody. For the facilitator, they will have to hold at least 2 sessions, and one of them should be done with a less experienced member of the Swiss pool of facilitators, so that they can also learn and improve from the facilitators. They should also, doing the parallel with the members, they should co-facilitate at least 2 workshops, one of which should be with one of the most experienced members of the SPOF. Both of them should also have to keep a feedback form, because that's super, super useful. If each time we do a workshop and we ask you to fill in the feedback form, is not to annoy you, it's not because we want to have extra form or anything, is that because that's the way we improve. It's through feedback that we actually learn our mistakes and we learn what could be improved every time. So both the facilitators and the members would have to keep filling in the feedback form. And they would also help to archive all the materials within the SPOF drive. So now it's still a work in progress, but we still have, we do have within the sharing is caring folder, some TSOs, so some training session outlines. The idea is that through the SPOF, we could make it even more strong, and everybody could also benefit from it. National level, local level, anybody. A little bit of a timeline. What I would propose is that the first year, only facilitators could be joining. We would not have members, because the first year we need to build it. So we need to have at least people who have a little bit of experience to really keep going with the usual activities that we do in training and development within the Swiss network, which means deliver national and local workshops. And then starting to actually build up the core group of aligned facilitators to build this standardized procedure, let's say, to make sure the SPOF can go on. And also define the action plan and working methods for the longer term, and start building also on the session archive. Second year, now we can grow. Oh, so don't mind the pictures, I just took whatever picture I have on display. So the second year, we would actually welcome new members to make sure that we can actually see it long term, so new members could learn from the facilitator who have been there, and we would start this kind of self-sustaining procedure of the Swiss pool of facilitators. So we'd open the second year, we would open the first recruitment to members. We would carry on those action plan that was defined the year before, potentially also addressing some mistake that we've seen from the year before, getting some improvement or anything, and ensure an autonomous and sustainable operation method for the future. I've also added more to come, because this is an experiment. We never done it in ESN Switzerland, so we will see how it goes, and we will try to make improvement on the way, and we will learn also on the way. So we will see what happens. Hopefully, if everything goes well, the years after, eventually, the Swiss pool of facilitators could also turn into a Swiss pool of trainers. And this is actually a photo of educate people who were in EGM. So meaning we will move on into some more experience training and everything. What's in it for you? There's not only work, there's also a good part, let's say, of doing the Swiss pool of facilitators. And I also want to encourage anybody here who has some experience in facilitation, in training, in non-formal education to join, because you will have a lot of amazing training opportunities. Not only, yes, my slide, last slide. You will have access to a lot of training opportunities, both here, but also international level, external events. We always get a lot of invitation. You will develop your skill with hands-on practice and session design, delivery, and also peer feedback from the people within the network, the community. And finally, you will have access to a beautiful community, which has a beautiful name, very cute, SPOF, come on. And then everybody will help each other, and it would be amazing. Voila!
Thank you so much, Julia, for your presentation. We're gonna move on back to the Q&A. Since we're a bit behind, I would encourage you to maybe ask your questions to her at a later time personally, but of course, we're still gonna open the speakers list. So please be as concise as possible, and don't forget to say your name and section. On.
Please also feel free to not only ask questions, but also provide feedback. And if we don't have time, please come back to me afterwards. This is super useful. As I said before, feedback is really how we can improve. So any feedback, any comment would be super, super appreciated. Question from Elena.
The very.
Just say
It's a comment. Let's go like this. So the thing that's in a question. Okay, let's go on. So the main thing on all of all things that you presented in general is in the requirements. I mean, the thing that struck with me the most is in the requirements you're asking for and being participating in training events. But it's very, I mean, it's very hard to ask such things unless you provide the training events. You provide things like that they can participate. Because I understand that it's international, we can participate in things, for example, in educator things, other events, also not in ESN necessarily, but we need to be careful what we ask them if we cannot provide what we ask as well, or at least something that resembles like, or we need to give like some options. These are the options, and then it makes more sense. So this is a and then yes, I write the question.
Thank you. Is anybody else typing besides Elena?
Anya. Yeah.
Okay. Besides the both of them, is anybody else typing a question? Then if there's no objection, I propose to close the speakers list. Great, then the speakers list is closed after the two questions from Elena and one from Anna.
Okay. From Elena?
Yes. The next question first comment from Martin.
Yeah, comment and question from me, Martin, ESN Wind here, gonna put them together. Comment wise, other sections do that. If I'm not wrong, Fabian, for example, is even one of them. That as a comment, and then I'll go to my question. Do you plan on actually supporting further education for people that are in this Swiss pool of facilitators that will not only help the ESN Switzerland in offering better education, but it would also help the people to be more motivated if they, for example, get Erwachsenenbildnerin, I don't know the English translation for that, but if they get a further education from being part of this program. Thank you.
I'm not sure I get the question, but
is there any further education plan? Because for now, the requirements and what you expect are just the workshops. Do you intend on actually educating people in making workshops so that they learn how to do workshops, and how do you plan that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, sorry. It's more on the training side than the education side. But anyways, the point is, yes, the idea is that not only they're going to be a peer learning. So this is why in the requirements for the facilitators is to actually hold workshops with the newer members so they can learn also from each other. And then, as also Elena was saying, within ESN Switzerland and also beyond, there are a lot of training opportunities within the like to learn also how to facilitate, etc. The idea would also be, once we have a structure like it's a little bit running and we have the capacity to also invite trainers from outside to deliver workshops on like training for trainers, as we call them. So then they will also learn facilitation skills and all these kind of things. And it was a comment, but can I reply to the comment anyways?
Rather not, but if you really want to.
I'm also part of the Swiss Italian pool of trainers, and yes, I talked to the French pool of trainers, and I also got feedback from Educate directly to the draft document that I created.
Thank you. Question from Jasper.
Sorry.
Cool, thank you, Jasper, ESN. First off, love the initiative. This is something we also implemented in the Netherlands after I did my Educate Starter earlier this year. So if you want feedback from Anna and Nel, those are the Dutch ESN people responsible for the restructuring, I can give you those. But question, you already said a little bit of getting feedback from Educate on the international level, and a lot of the forms and processes look like Educate. Would you also consider streamlining those or even copying those processes to make sure that the progress from a SPAF facilitator / trainer could also really easily translate into an Educate International trainer?
If it is like, it's up to the members. Like if they want to go through Educate and also join Educate, of course, very happy to help them to do this. If ESN International or the Educate team will kind of do an easy way in to the members of the pool, I don't think so. And I feel like I'm not answering the question, giving a face.
That's for ESN. Now to clarify, to join into the Educate community, you need certain documents and trackers and things.
Okay.
Implement the same structure, you'll make it easier for them to join and progress in that sense as well.
Yeah.
Is that something you've thought about and I want to?
Yeah, like for example, to join Educate, you need to have like a training log, which is this kind of table where you just put all the training you've attended and all the workshops you've been doing. Yes, we can definitely provide them. This is, again, for me, it's not something that you do within the pool, but it's something you learn how to do, but then you do it on yourself. So again, could support the members to apply to Educate and do the whole endorsement process with them. And then if they need like specific documents to say, yes, I testify that you've been part of it, of course, this is something we could do, definitely.
Next question from Flavia.
Switzerland. First, absolutely love that what is happening. So really, thank you for this. I'm wondering because Stilio as a board support can be a lot of work, and in other doors, it's a full MD position with a team to reach something that is similar to your objective, which is truly amazing. But I'm wondering how you feel about holding all these meetings kind of alone, and how you plan to do to not burn out.
This is the point of building community, in my opinion, not be alone. And the idea is actually that we have a lot of potential within the network. We have a lot of people who know how to deliver workshops. And by building a community, sure, there is the building up that is a lot, but once it runs, the idea is that it just runs by itself. Almost like you manage it and then it does by itself. So, but thank you for the question. And burning out is something that is a question that's been asked more than once, and I'm thinking no at this point.
Thank you. Next question from Anya.
I'm international board. Mine are not questions, it's just feedback, no comments. So I love the idea. Congrats and good luck. I would just suggest that you specify that those people need to be members of ESN Switzerland. Also, how long they have been in ESN at least. This is one thing. Also specify, is this experience ESN experience or outside experience?
Both.
Okay, but
in the document is specified.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah.
But here how it's presented also, because we can also validate the experience that people bring outside of ESN. So be careful about this. Also, I would make a requirement the training log. So I highly agree with Jasper, and it's not just for Educate, but it's a good practice to have. Even if people don't want to join Educate, training log, it's like a responsibility of a trainer, but also to prove trainer or facilitator, however, and also people can then use it in their professional setting outside of ESN. So I think this should be a requirement. And also when you move to the trainer side, so developing from facilitators, I think you should also tie this to attending and facilitating at international events. Because I can tell you from my perspective, Web, at least last year, struggled a lot with trainers. And this is a growing concern. So I believe that these tools should be tied. So think about it. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Elena?
Because in your expectation, you mentioned it's about expectation as well. The presence of half of spot meeting per semester, at least 2 sessions, co-facilitate 1 session. But are you thinking, or I don't know how it is this document, I will also love to advise on it. But if the proposal includes a meeting timeline, because you also need to be very clear on what's your timeline, because yes, we have national events, we have, yes, also international events, but we need to, I mean, tell them, I don't know if this is, you're planning to include this or not.
Yes, at the moment, it is just written as ideally one meeting per month, plus extra depending on the workload. This is like almost how is this phrased? You would suggest to do something even more specific. Am I understanding right?
Yes, to at least show like what we can provide. It's the same, it's similar to also what we can provide as training events, like what type of events we have, like specific also activities, like what are, because you say half of the spot meeting per semester. How many, half, what does half mean? Half of, I don't know, it's a question. Either you said that I didn't hear it, but half can be 4, so 2 or 6.
Yeah, but I consider that you have one per month, then it's 6, then it's 3.
I want one.
Yeah. But it's a good point, definitely.
Yeah.
I thought you said you're thinking.
This is what that's exactly. I have a comment.
Okay.
On yes, elements in Geneva, I have a comment on still on the expectation. That which I forgot.
Wait, you can go back to me later.
No, but then co-facilitate, yes, I mean, I think it also needs to be defined quite a lot, co-facilitating one session or co-facilitating, like the expectation, yeah, in general. And maybe, yes, very fast, a comment on the previous one, the requirements. I think that 60 minutes workshop is very limited. It needs to be 90 minutes. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your presentation and everybody for asking questions. Flavien, I'm going to invite you please for the presentation of the digital ESN project.
I'll take this. Are you following? Okay, I have it. That's better.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, next.
Welcome everyone. Super exciting subject, digitalization of the ESN cards. So I wanted to briefly introduce you to what this is, why are we talking about this now, when will this happen, and how it will happen. So, brief introduction on the ESN card. One big wheel of ESN International and something that we are trying to push further is to consider the ESN card not just as a discount card. I know we talk a lot about the discounts, but it's actually the membership card of the Erasmus Student Network. So the membership card of ESN. And it is the only thing that unites all sections and all the MOs together. So there is a big motivation to bring this together and make it unified in a way that every section can identify to the ESN cards. Timeline of the ESN cards, it's a bit more than 20 years old. There was a lot of development towards this. ESNcard.org is like 14 years old also, so getting old. And the concept of the digital ESN card was first introduced in 2017 with the concept of account management system, which I will explain just a bit later. But the whole point of this is that after a long discussion, slow process and everything, we are moving towards the onboarding of the digital ESN card actually happening now. So what are we talking about when we say digital ESN card? It's actually more than this. It's not just the ESN card, but all the ESN related ecosystem, let's say. So on one side, you have the digitalization of the ESN cards, which is moving from physical to digital. It's quite self-explanatory, but also AMS, so accounts management system, which is everything related to your volunteer ESN ecosystem, let's say. ESN volunteer, ESNR ecosystem. And this goes also together with the digital ESN system, ESN digital ecosystem, which is all the services from ESN International. So basically, we now have a lot of platforms, ESNcard.org, Erasmus Careers, a lot of things from ESN International,
And the point is to compact all of this into ESN accounts. So basically, it's a huge thing to centralize everything. So you might think, like, where are we at? Why do we care about this as local sections? Is it actually happening? Because we hear about this from quite a while ago. Does it have anything to do with ESN Switzerland and the sections? And what do we have to do about this if we have to do anything? So the reason why I wanted to take 10 minutes here to present this to you is because there is a lot of discussions ongoing and things are moving on the international level with a big document that got released on the onboarding plan of the digital ESN card, which is quite complete, to be honest. Like, it's really covering everything from, yeah, the whole process, which I won't detail here because that would take a few hours. But the point of this is that some NOs are in the process of getting onboarded now, and it will keep on moving. It was presented to the BFC, so Business and Finance Community, at the GA, and also the GA and to other people. And it will have an impact on the network. It's something big. It's something that we will talk about quite a lot in the coming years. So it's quite an important subject, even if you feel like, yeah, it's just reshaping the ESN card. Why do we talk about this now? So in the current version of the draft of the onboarding plan, ESN Switzerland is one of the NOs that will start their onboarding in 2026, 2027. So like in a few months, we will start to actually get actively involved in the process. So yeah, it's happening now-ish, let's say. And the plan for the onboarding, just very quickly, is that for the first year, there is one or more voluntary sections that will be onboarded. Onboarding means you're not just gone away and have to sell your ESN cards online. It's a slow process over the year. And the point is really just to get you ready at the end of the year to sell your ESN cards online, to test it and to give feedbacks on it. It's something that is done in contact with national level, so me mainly, and ESN International with the ESN card team that is here to support the process and also help to implement it. So for testing, implementation, etc. Also, last point, it's not transitioning hard cut between physical and digital ESN cards, but a more hybrid period of transition where both things will coexist. It's still in the building phase, so there will be changes. And it's actually important that we are active into this to give feedback and to see what can be the possible issues with this, because there will be things that we didn't think about that might have an impact. And the aim is that within 2 to 3 years, all of ESN Switzerland has transitioned to, or was onboarded to the digital ESN cards. The onboarding cycle. I want to make a clear point here. It is work to do it, but it's not impossible. And it's on the local level only to test and give feedback for the onboarding. And how it works in the onboarding year is that there is first a testing phase, first from the national level. So we will get in contact, ESN International will get in contact with us, present us the platform. We will get introduced to it, test it, and give feedback to it. And in the meantime, reach to potential sections that would be maybe interested to join the process. Then we move slowly toward the section that will also get introduced and also get information on it, test it, etc., etc. Hopefully in January, there can be the start of the testing phase with a slow transition and the actual onboarding. So starting to sell ESN cards, digital ESN cards. Why is it actually nice? Because you might be like, yeah, it's just working like this. Why should we move to digital ESN card? It's more complicated. Well, first, it's okay to do it. There is a big help from ESN International and from ESN Switzerland. I'm planning to help, don't worry. And also in a later stage, it's also allowing a better outreach to Erasmus because you sell them online. It's easier. It's a smoother process. So it will be a transition period for a few years, but after this, hopefully it will be easier. It also means that you can sell more ESN cards. So you get more funding and it's a self-sustaining system that would make it hopefully better. And also once it's completed, the distribution, as I said, will be easier because it would be only online. So logistics-wise would be way easier. Sustainability-wise would be way easier. It's not printing thousands and thousands of ESN cards every year, plastics, etc., etc. So just before I close this, I'm actually faster. I just have a few questions that you might have because I know that's questions that usually arise regarding the digital ESN card, so I tried to get them already here. First, you might be like, oh, we have thousands of ESN cards left in stock. Are they lost? No. The point is that there is a hybrid period again, so you will be able to finish to sell your ESN cards. Then, are we totally getting rid of the ESN cards, or will there be an optional physical version? No, I mean, no, there will be no physical version. It will be only digital, but slowly. It's not like tomorrow they will disappear. Then, if you don't have WPA, IT manager, webmaster locally, how are you supposed to make this work? To be honest, it's not fully defined. It's not fully defined yet on the local level, but it will be handled partially by ESN International and also by ESN Switzerland again, as we have to implement the platform. So yeah, it has to work. And then if you don't want to move to the digital ESN card, you don't want to do it next year, are you forced to do it later? Well, not forced to, but if you want to sell ESN cards, you will have to. At some point, you will not be able to buy physical ESN cards. So in a way, it's more or less forced to do it, but it will be okay, don't worry. And last point, with the price change, that was also a point of discussion. Or do you have still to order ESN card twice a year, or can you just get them automatically with other stock? For now, in the first step, the idea is to get it as easy as possible, so to not change the process. So it's still biannual orders to the NO, then to the sections, and no change in the price. And I think I'm getting to the end. No. If you want to join the digitalization of the ESN card this year, what do you need? It will be fully defined during the year. It's only now to erase the idea in your mind and for you to get to know what this is about. But basic requirements would be to have a bank account because you need to sell them not in cash, to be legal, so to be allowed to sell things, to not have issues with ESN Switzerland or ESN International. And also, of course, I mean, to be motivated and to have a bit of time to get involved in the process. The idea is that you're able to give feedback to us, to give feedback to the ESN card team, and that you have just a few meetings with other people to actively be involved in the process. It's not too much, but the point is that it's done all together. And of course, let me know if you are interested. I would be very happy to discuss. It's not binding if you tell me, hey, can I have a bit more info on it? So yeah, I'm done with this. I will be sending you a long email with more information. This is very short, but if you're more interested, you will have all the necessary documents, this presentation, a more complete presentation, the full documents, Q&A, everything. So should be fine. And of course, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Switch through.
We're gonna attempt to have a 5-minute question round. So please be concise. 30 seconds for questions and 1 minute for answers. And the first question is from Faith.
Hi, ESN Basel. As you remember, there was one like in ESN Basel, we had a 60-something-year-old lady that joined like as a year asked me. So in a scenario where like our section fully transitions into digitalization, but we have those circumstances where people are like, I'm not a tech genius, I don't know how to use my phone, I would like a physical card. What happens then?
As far as I know, Flavian ESN Basel, ESN Switzerland. As far as I know, there is no way to get it physically. Yeah. But I will also argue that most sections usually, I mean, we sell tickets online, we sell ESN cards online. That's just the way to get them physically after. So you already have to buy them online. But the idea is that from the user side, it's easy enough to just purchase it online. But no, there will be no physical option.
Jan, ESN Denmark, I would like to add to that question because I can tell you that even Denmark, where everything they try to make it digital, even the travel card, they still offer a physical option. And I think making it more expensive would perhaps, use all these problems with having physical cards, but like keeping the physical card is very important to some people, even if it's free, and it's kind of discriminatory in a way.
Reaction from.
You can vote.
That's quickly.
Yeah.
Yes, in Basel, my personal opinion is yes, but I'm not the one deciding the process. I can just communicate this and discuss it.
Thank you. From now on, I'm gonna limit everything to one reaction, please, and thank you. Is anybody still typing a question? No, then I'm gonna close the speakers list. Is there any objection? Then the speakers list is closed. Thank you. And the next question is from Sylvia.
Sylvia, yes, in Basel, if you already have some ideas about which sections could transition, first, which, if applicable, and why those? What are the criteria that you chose? You're thinking of?
Flavian, yes, and Basel, yes, in Switzerland. I have one section in mind. I think you know which one. Why those? Because I know the section well, because the section is working well to this. I think it's also the right size of a section. It's not too big, not too small. So it's enough to test it, but also not too complicated to implement both systems. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question. Next question from Malcolm.
For current valid ESN cards, like I buy my ESN card the day before we try out the digital ESN cards. Is there an option to transfer to a digital ESN card? Will that option be necessary at all?
Yes, and Yes, in Switzerland. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure that this is two different systems. So if you buy a physical one, yes. If you buy a physical one, it will not get digitalized. But also on the day one that you can buy a digital ESN card, if there is still a physical stock, you can still buy a physical.
Thank you. Next question from procedural comment. Okay. Very brief, please.
But you're meaning that you cannot, Elena, you sent me the that you actually cannot, if you have a physical one, you cannot get online one, but you know this only if you register the card. Because if you don't register the card, how do you know that someone doesn't have and uses like, for like, even not necessarily for discounts, but for events, for example, in the section? Is this stupid? It is a stupid thing. I don't know if it's.
You can't answer.
We're gonna leave this as comments. Mirella.
Hello, Mirella from ESN Zurich. I was wondering if the section will buy the cards from ESN Switzerland at the same price, or is it gonna change at all?
Yes, in Basel, yes, in Switzerland, yes. Same price.
Thank you for the very concise. Last question from Martin.
Yeah, regarding the same topic, you won't be able to answer that, but maybe take it with you to ESN International. Why no price change? As you said, the logistics are reduced. We're not going to need to pay the plastic anymore. So why isn't it cheaper? And on the second part, you said it will be still the same system where we buy ESN cards in advance for 1 or 2 semesters ahead. If there is no physical stock needed anymore, why is there no system for cards on demand? So you reduce the risk on local sections that they don't need to pay 1,600 whatever francs bill for ESN cards because it is digital anyways. Thank you.
Yes, and Basel, yes, in Switzerland. To your first point on the not changing the price, this was already discussed also with ESN International, was raised by the NOs on why do we keep the same price. The response from ESN International was that, yes, we reduce the cost of the plastic, but at least for now, there is a big cost in development of the platform. So in one side, you cut the price of the production of the cards, but you also have some other costs of system maintenance and development. I don't know for now, and I think it's not so clear for now. what will be the situation in 5 or 10 years. To your second question, why keeping the same ordering system? This was also something that was asked to ESN International. For now, I think the idea behind is to change as few things as possible while changing the system in a sustainable way. So having 2 ordering timelines where on one side you can order physical ESN cards twice a year, but on the other hand, digital ones are a bit all over the place, would be more complicated to put into place. So to get the same flow running, it was chosen to keep the same thing. Again, I believe that in further steps, the idea is not to keep doing it this way, but it's more for the transition periods. I mean, just to keep in mind that on the ESN International side, it's Treasure and ESN card team, main and WPA, plus the rest of the headquarters. But it's a lot of things to implement at the same time with a lot of transitions from the different nodes, a lot of systems at the same time. So I think they also try to keep it as simple as possible.
Thank you very much, Flavia, for your presentation and everyone for your questions. The next part is going to be the international updates, but before we just have one announcement from Jasper. Oh, did you?
I have a procedure, it's ESN cards, capital E, capital S.
Okay, got it. I don't solidify. What? Yeah, that's not.
Next.
No.
Yes.
All
okay, guys, settle down, please. Okay. So, as I said, for the people who were here, that there would be just a glimpse of something, so that everyone can see. So please enjoy the next 11 seconds, I guess.
No.
At least if it was hard to see was Laura and Domi both crying. I have to make that clear. And that was her getting elected.
Now we go to the introduction to the family feedback round. So this is the one of the last things of the NA, and it exists to help us get better and better in organizing NAs. So for the ones that are not used to, you will be again divided by families, and you will be going from station to station. There will be one with the chairing team here, where you'll give them feedback about the organization of the agenda, how the things were led basically during the 2 days. On the not directly next room, but the one after, the national board will be there, and so it will be more feedbacks on the content, on how to you deal with us during the between last NA and now, and things like that. But we always remind you about the topics. And the last thing is the OC in the hallway for all the things regarding the food, the social program, more of the logistics aspect of the NA. Should get the and so you have 10 minutes each station. Will also help you to know when to move. So the logical order is this is station 1, station 2 with the NB, and in the hallway station 3 with the OC, and you move to the next one each time. So from the OC you go back here and then to the NB and so on. And once all the feedbacks are done, please gather here. I just remind you that the more time it takes to come back, the more time it takes for us to finish the NA. So please, yeah, efficient on that. And after that, there will be one represented by each station that will give a general feedback of what we got from everyone. And now you have the families. We have 8 families, so 2 groups merging 3 families and 1 group merging 2 families. So the 3 first families will be here with the CT. The next 3 families, so yeah, I would have loved. Butterflies, moths, and birds are going to stay here with the city first. Then caterpillars, monarchs, and flowers go to the national level room right next to us. And insects and predators go to the OC first, and then you move off one thing. Be as constructive as possible during these feedbacks. The point is to get better for the next steps. Perfect. So yes, questions. So the group that is in the city then goes to the NB and NL, then goes to the OC, NB, OC, city, and OC, city, NB. After now and then 10 minutes, and someone will be also telling it's time to move around.
Yeah, but keep to the time.
As national level, there will be someone. Yes.
More clarification, since I don't see things like in the standard ESN events, there is no appreciation, right?
The appreciation will come afterwards. There is.
There is, it's just not.
But you can also appreciate already.
Yes,
Yes.
There's not the classic appreciation round where everyone
Yeah, no.
appreciates everyone. So if you do appreciation, it's kind of more now in the family.
This is what I want.
This is, yes, that's why I see what you mean. Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
So feedback and appreciate and come back. Perfect. So let's get moving. Thank you, everyone.
Anyway, it's just fine coffee now. See? I don't know what that means.
Okay, everyone.
Hi everyone, I have to leave to catch my flight, but I want to thank you so much for having me. This was my first NA experience abroad, and like the entire energy of this entire event has been so amazing, and I love meeting all of you, and I hope I see you again soon and come visit me in Talco. And I love you all.
Okay.
For you,
All right, everyone. without any further ado, let's get into the feedback summary round. So we're gonna have someone from the NBE, Benita probably from the chairing team, and then someone from the OC I would like to invite here. And we're each gonna give us like a couple points that we discussed during the feedback round. So for the national board, there was a lot of discussion on the meet your family topic specifically. A lot of people agreed that 30 minutes is too long. Not everyone agreed with it, but I think there's a general feeling that just there is no really like content for it. A lot of people just have the 30 minutes, they discuss the costumes for 5 minutes and then have to wait around for 25 minutes. So either kind of rethinking the content of it, or so like, you know, for example, giving like a proper guide to the family leaders, what questions they can ask, what kind of topics they want to discuss, or also merging it with the coffee break, for example, would be an idea. On the IG presentation, some people were happy that they were short because it really kind of incentivizes the international guests to really highlight the really cool things from their sections. We discussed the option of having a Q&A time, but we've tried that in the past and that just really takes a long time. For the workshops, I think people were generally quite happy with the content and with the trainers. And definitely they said that having good trainers helps. And yeah, the annual report felt natural. Here who is responsible for what, but people are unhappy about the question time that we allocate in the agenda, which is true. We can't really anticipate how much question time we should allocate to something, but in general, I think that we should be more careful with this. And then some ideas for the future would be to send a job description together with applications. So people can actually kind of cross-reference and see what the requirements for the position are and what the person put in their job description. And also for people who are not kind of in the board of the section, so they don't get the emails with the voting documents, to also share these prior to the NA so they can review the documents and be on the same page as everyone else. Yeah. Anita?
Yes, for OC, food was very good. Everyone was very happy. Portions were mostly good, except the pasta a little bit. Could have been more. There is still left though if you want pasta. So overall food was good, also coffee breaks and everything. Accommodation was better than expected, also because we announced upfront already that it's made in the head and psychology preparation. So that was good. And then the fact that we put like soaps and try to like make chocolates or whatever and other things made it better. Logistics was good, like with the bus was not too far in general, so to walk back it's good. Only the social program on Friday was a bit further. The building here was good as well. We got some things on that. The sponsors were great. A good variation. Yeah, so that's definitely something that the next NAs should do. That's what they said. And then waste management could have been better. Like here, at least in this building, we could have put more bags. What else? Social program. The campfire was nice, but should have been more light because it was difficult to see faces. And other people present were also not as great. So that's something we should try to do. On Saturday, it was good. The games were fun, but it would have been nice to also have a game where the whole family is included to more engage everyone. And then the club on its own was not the best music. And those kind of things. So like it was like a party vibe, but then it was nice that they could go to the festival or to the club. Also, they like that we showed the game of Switzerland. Communication was good as well. Some things could have been more ahead, like the survival guide and the families could have been communicated earlier. It's most important. Thank you.
Grazie.
So were you doing? sorry, what am I doing?
What are you doing?
Just very quickly, I wanted to invite every team, just very briefly.
I didn't want to come in front because I didn't want to take. It's working. Now it's working. Yeah. Okay. I thought I could just do it as a question because I don't want to take any credit for this NA. Like I just wanted to thank the OC because they did an amazing job and they let me be just president and not having to be part of the OC. And I also wanted to thank the community in general because they welcomed people back in the network last year at MA3. I would say we came as a accountability delegation for that time, and you all inspired us and welcomed us super well. So we're here now thanks to you all at the national level, national board, and everyone here. So thanks a lot to everybody, and especially to my amazing OC and Danny and Izzy, who are you? I'm welcoming to you. Love you. And there is Charlotte, the next president. Say hi to Charlotte.
Thank you very much. So I'm just gonna quickly give the CT feedback recap as well. So what you said is that overall, given the circumstances, it was pretty smooth, even with the amount of questions. The time management was fairly okay. I should just, as a main chair, not be afraid to put my foot down sometimes to limit certain questions and reactions, and etc. Also, what you said was that announcing in advance that, for example, the questions will be 30 seconds and answer is 1 minute was helpful, as well as these. Just unfortunate that sometimes it's not very visible, like if the person is not paying attention or turning around, something like that, but that it's a good idea. So thank you, Flavia, again. Also, it was suggested to, right from the start, to account more time for questions, mainly in the agenda, and also, if possible, to add more details in the agenda to maybe have already a bit more clarity when it comes time for voting, that the agenda is something that you can don't have all the details that you need. And it was suggested to maybe have a look at the GA agenda, which is, sorry, apparently made quite well. And then also, especially when voting on amendments, to show them better on the screen, like to make it as comprehensible as possible what exactly we're voting on, since once the votes are started, it goes pretty quick. And then also regarding the question rounds, even though we are very happy to have international guests and people from the international board, sometimes there was a feeling that maybe the question round got dominated by them because to some extent they maybe ask, especially for IGs, maybe ask first clarifying questions just to understand how it works in Switzerland, and then maybe even follow-up questions on the topic. So even though their knowledge is appreciated, maybe some people felt intimidated since maybe those people asked like very detailed or in-depth questions. Yes, and it was also said that I did it a few times, highlight when people wrote comments on Slack, just to highlight them, but not give the person the time to say it out loud. So that was the feedback recap, and I just want to take this chance really quickly also to thank my CT. You were so amazing. This is not here, but thank you, Jasper, so much. I also forgot to say technical side super smooth, so thank you so much. Yeah, also I would really want to say thank you to you, the network, because I remember my first NA 2 years ago. I was head of food. I had never been to an NA before. Now I'm main chair. Honestly, who would have thought? Thanks for creating a safe space for me to like try out this experience. I really felt, even though I didn't do the job perfectly, like you were like super kind. So thank you so much for being so welcoming and creating this safe space.
Hello, everyone. So now starts the little appreciation round for the OC. So I'm going to invite the whole OC to come here on stage.
Yeah, it's just like, oh.
If the staff also wants to come, I think it would be very nice for everybody and for you. So you're welcome to join.
Yeah. Monica.
Late, it's 5.
What a team. Picture, smile.
Oh. I would like to apologize for guys.
No worries, she works a lot. So I'm not going to take much of our time, of your time, but I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the organizing committee. It's been, sorry. Okay, I haven't. So thank you all for the work you've put into this national. From a participant perspective, everything ran remarkably smooth. Smoothly. Sorry, you were always available to answer questions, to give some indications every other time with a smile, a huge smile, all the weekend, like from Friday until now. I'm sure also for the rest hours that we have here. Also, like I think events like that doesn't happen without people behind, and it requires months of preparation, countless discussion, and great deal of dedication behind the scenes. So thank you all. Thank you to everyone who helped solve this task. I mean, like without you, I think they also needed you, sorry, to produce all this quality that we were able to have this weekend. And also would like to thank Ashuji Fribourg to allowing us having this event in your facilities. And honestly, reflecting, going back to the announcement that we had this morning, I don't think there would have been another place to have this event this weekend, and knowing also the steps that we managed to achieve. Sorry, I was able to using to the level. So thank you very much. If you can give a huge round of applause for that. It's fine. Sorry, I didn't read the books. So yeah, this is the first gift for you people, and to accompany that, sorry, we would like to offer you also a little treat so that you could eat it while you're resting.
Here's some party. Exactly. I don't know.
Yeah, we
Give it the bag. They will need the bag. Give it in paper.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. If I go. I'll just steal one more minute. I just wanted to thank everybody from the OC to the staff, to also the staff that is not here because they're maybe resting or cleaning up and everything. And I already want to cry also because I'm very tired. So don't count on me. But I'm very happy we made this work and that you all enjoyed it.
And yeah, thank you all for coming, really, it means a lot, and I'm very happy also for the next minutes, like having this other start is amazing.
Make you more proud. I want a big applause for Dani and Izzy for the.
I'm a crybaby.
Okay, bye.
That was rough.
You started the right?
I guess so.
Dear Charity, dear Benita, dear Lizzie Roulette, and dear Jasper. This event, this event is also certainly not possible without your work as mentor, technical chair, and vice chair. I'm going to start with the mentor because I know, Benita, that you do not think yet that the work you did this weekend is valuable, and I know that, like, yeah, it will come a time, and I just wanted to say that, like, you can be super, super proud of yourself. As you said earlier, like, I remember your NA was also the first NA was last year. It was my first NA, but yeah, I can say that, like, yeah, I just want to say thank you and congratulations everything you've been able to achieve. So. Just for Mr. IT, Mr. Technical, sure. Thank you for all the work you've done. Honestly, I haven't edited unfortunately that many edits, but we usually have a little quirk. And this weekend it went like perfectly fine. Like nothing, no sound issue, no streaming issue, anything of that sort. So like thanks a lot, a lot. And also thank you for, I think you also sent us a very good application to be our daily coaches. So thank you for willing to be here actually with us this weekend. And so yeah, thank you. Also, we have a little gift for the cheering team. So Daniel and Matteo will deliver it to you.
Here it is. Yes. ESN Switzerland. Congratulations to me.
Thank you so much.
There he is. Right, you haven't done yet?
As we said, there's a little gift for you as well. It's a double this time.
Thank you.
There you go. Oh, hell yeah. Awesome.
Thank you. Birthday gift.
Oh,
Double Dutch, hey.
Train tickets or not?
Thank you. So now I'm going to continue another long appreciation round. I'm sorry, but I couldn't like stop writing when I started doing this. So I will just say that I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. So I'm going to read my notes because it's not going to start. Yeah. So when I started this mandate exactly 1 year ago, well, 1 day short of a year because the election happened on the 25th of June 2025. On the 15th of June 2025, in Lugano, I actually seriously thought that the national organization rested on my shoulders as a legal representative. That was before I truly immersed myself in everything that is called entails the projects, the discussions, the internal works, the drafting amendments, the biweekly calls, the monthly meetings, sorry, with different groups, the communities, and of course our post-call debrief that were usually a little lighter and much more fun with the NB. So looking back, I think we were fortunate to have a national board that included a few oldies who already understood many of the day-to-day aspects of the organization beyond the more visible portfolio related work. At the same time, we continuously adapted and review our ways of working to ensure they remained relevant to our mandate and responsive to the needs of the national organization. So throughout this year, we learned not only, sorry. It wasn't my year, exactly. So yeah, we learned stories. So throughout this year, we learned about people, about different communication style, about adapting on our own approaches. That is undoubtedly one of the most valuable lessons I will take away from this experience and carry into my personal life. Unlike many other people in ESN, people who join, ESN, so ESNers, that usually join after an exchange program. On my side, I joined ESN after arriving at the University of Lausanne as an international student. So I arrived in September 2021. It was the end of the COVID. So I'm still talking about COVID. And I felt as I had I made something. So quite literally, I went through my university website, just went through the different student associations as I was just going grocery shopping, and I found ESN. And it's wow, the admission resonates to me. And I decided to join the section to try to offer to international exchange students something that I missed. And honestly, I didn't think that I will be here 4 years later in front of you giving this speech. So I'm proud of myself. But yeah, that's it. I think it's also important to be aware of what we were able to achieve. So yeah, but that's enough talking about me, my fellow NB member. So first of all, thank you for this mandate. There have been ups and downs, we all know. And we often have a tendency to remember the more difficult moments rather than the positive ones. Today, however, I would like us to do the opposite. I will not go through each of you in details because that would take place. As we already also spend a lot of time giving one another feedback throughout the year. However, there's one person I would particularly like to highlight because I believe it's important to acknowledge not only those who started the mandate together, those groups that went together at the beginning of the mandate, but also those who only joined the way and live a last. Okay. In fact, so Mr. Dear Vice President for Governance, Mr. Bob, Mr. Vice President, our savior. You probably already know what I'm going to say, but I don't think you fully realize the fresh perspective and energy that you brought to these national boards, and directly I relate to the sections. You have done an incredible amount of work, such much of it possibly behind the scene that the sections might not know. Yet from the very, very first day, people, from the first day he was elected, your contribution was undeniable. So you brought exactly the kind of fresh air that this team needed, even if you did not maybe realize you needed it. Your availability, responsibility, responsiveness, proactivity, reliability, every quality ending with IT that one could hope in the board for a board member. Sorry, contributed like immense. Oh my God. Immensely sorry to the quality of our work and the functioning of both the national level and our organization. Simply, you brought it, Barbara. On the more personal note, I'm very happy to have you in Belgium for the next week. So that again, it waffles a lot. So, Daniel. Well. What can I say? First and foremost, thank you for being such a great listener. We all know that some situations can be difficult and that keeping everything to ourselves is rarely a good idea. There were many occasions when I came to you, wanting actually to discuss issue only for the conversation to turn into what felt like a therapy session. You listened with patience and didn't care, and that is something that I deeply appreciated. As many people pointed out during your candidacy presentation, it is no secret that you're someone with many ideas, strong opinion, and the confidence to express them. What I particularly valued, however, was the way you always communicated those opinions thoughtfully, respectfully, and constructively. You consistently took the time to understand the bigger picture before forming a conclusion. For those who do not know Daniel, he absolutely hates having only messages or notification on his phone or mailbox. As a result, he's usually impressively responsive, even when claiming he's extremely busy. I am certain you will do an incredible job as web regional training coordinator, and I am equally confident that ESN Switzerland will continue to benefit from your involvement through the advisory council. You have also been a tremendous source of support in countless of topics fully out of your portfolio through the year, reviewing recognition certificate assessments, attending meetings with HSSO, drafting amendments, reviewing partnership contracts, etc. The list is so too long to list all of them. What I absolutely cannot fail to mention, I did already twice this weekend, is your contribution in the restructure of this network, which was really, really, really good. Thank you, Danny. You fully deserve your title as mommy at ESN Switzerland. In fact, throughout this year, you managed to be the grandmother, the mother, the aunt, and sister of the national board and the national level all at once. And I hardly know where to begin. You have been one of the pillars of this national board, always willing to help, always willing to support your fellow board members, and always prepared to step in whenever needed. Thank you for representing our national organization so brilliantly at the international level this year. You have consistently been one of the biggest supporters and cheerleaders in this board. Few people celebrate the achievements of your team members as enthusiastically as you do. And I think that says a great deal about the kind of team player you are. Like Daniel, you're someone with strong opinions and no shortage of things to say, yet you always bring passion, commitment, and care into every decision. I have no doubt that you will continue to be a valuable resource to the national board elects, national boards. And finally, because I know like this might be unforgivable to forget, thank you for taking care of Stanley. And my fellow local representative. There was a time not so long ago when we were both representative of our sections. It felt like a life along, but yeah, it was just 1 year ago. Your positive energy and your meme-making skills is internationally recognized at this point. But beyond that, thank you for your support, your good humor, your ability to bring perspective when things become stressful. You also made me realize how much of a corporate person I can be in everything I do. I have learned a lot from you in that regard, and I will definitely take some of that with me moving forward. I also know that you did, we all know that you didn't have a full international team throughout this mandate. Given those circumstances, if you're not already, I wanted to be proud of everything that you managed to achieve. The challenges were real, but so were the results. Thank you very much, Mr. National Representative. Leonie, we started our journey at the national level together last year as member of the board support. What a journey it has been for both of us. I would like to go back to the personal reflection that you shared during the presentation of your annual report. I'm going to quote that. It was a tough year with many ups and downs in many aspects. I am happy am still here. Through it all, you have shown commitment, resilience, and determination. I have always admired, honestly, the level of detail in the feedback you provided for on grant applications. There was always a comment. As well as the thoughtful contribution you constantly brought on our board meetings and the discussion. I'm genuinely happy that you are still with us today at the this National Assembly, closing this chapter of your journey on the national board. We never know that's the last purge, but yeah. I hope you're proud of everything you have been able to accomplish this year, because you certainly have every reason to be. Thank you for your dedication and for everything you brought to both the team and the network. Is this your mind? Is it?
Yeah, she's here.
Ciao, is it? Oh, so we started working together during the previous mandate when I was part of your team as liaison officer. What a year that was. It provided us opportunity to learn more about the field of education and to discover this side of ESN that often remains largely unknown to people coming from the local sections. Your smile, positivity, and vision you had for your mandate actually contributed a lot in my application as president of ESN Switzerland. Thank you for everything you were able to bring to the national board during this mandate. Thank you as well, I know we're happy with that, for representing the face of the national level at International Erasmus Games, together with Matteo, and for being a positive ambassador for our network. Board supporters. Unfortunately, there are too many of you to be able to thank you individually. But we are incredibly grateful to have had you involved at the national level this year. We hope that you have made the most of this experience and that you are proud of the contribution you have made to the network. Your support, commitment, and willingness to get involved have been greatly appreciated throughout the year. Thank you to our wonderful 18 board supporters. We could not have achieved everything with this year without you. Dear National Assembly, dear sections, it has been a pleasure to see both familiar faces and new ones during this weekend, many new ones, but that's my fault. Today has been intense. At times, some discussion may have felt long or technical, and perhaps some of you lost interest along the way. But it's important, really important to remember that these discussions are what allow our organization to grow and evolve. Never hesitate to ask questions. Never feel that your contribution is not valuable. Never assume that everyone else understands everything that you do not. Questions, discussion, and constructive challenges are what make ESN Switzerland and the wider network stronger. Thank you all for the work you have done this year at your local sections. To our very, very qualitative international guests. We are always incredibly happy to welcome listeners from our fellow national organizations and from the national level to our national assemblies. The fact that so many of you were willing to travel, spend your weekend with us, and actively contribute to our discussion is something we deeply appreciate. Thank you. Thank you not only for being here, but also for sharing your perspectives, experiences, and ideas throughout the weekend. Your contribution helps shape our network and allows us to learn from one another. Thank you for your continued friendship and support. I would also like to take a few moments, if you allow me, to acknowledge all those who came before us. Every national board built up the work of previous generations of volunteers. The organization we know today exists because countless people invested their time, energy, and patience over many mandates. I will not name everyone, but I would like to start with my direct predecessor, Arno. There is a lot that could be said about Arno, but today I simply want to say thank you. I had a chance to be in the education team with him last year as education officer, administration of the May, and have been always impressed by him first as a person, but also as the president of this incredible NO. And congratulations, Arno, on the HSSO agreement. This is a project that he invested a lot of time in. So I'm very happy to see that it comes to fruition. Thank you as well. I'm sure you are listening to this stream. Sandrine and Dana, who remain incredibly available and responsive whenever the National Board needs support, despite being on the other side of the world. Your willingness to help never went unnoticed. And Elena Shelat, but I'm going to go anyways. Thank you. I just want to thank Elena for the support she brought to us during this semester. She definitely, I think, stepped in when we really needed, and she's contributed a lot since. So to conclude it very briefly, so 1 year ago, I began this mandate by thanking you, NA, for your trust. Today, I would like to do the same. Thank you for believing in my application. Thank you for trusting me with this responsibility. Thank you for allowing ESN Switzerland to embark on what was in many ways a first, having a president based abroad for the entire entirety of the mandate. I hope I have lived us up to the trust you place in me. Serving as president of ESN Switzerland has been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. It had challenged me, taught me, inspired me, and introduced me to incredible people. Thank you. I will always be grateful. Last but certainly not least, when it comes to the future of what we stand for, the so-called 10 million initiative has been rejected. This is a very significant political outcome for the future of Switzerland's participation in the Erasmus Plus program and for international mobility more broadly. So before I say my final sentence, is anyone willing to say something? Only first.
I have calmed down from crying. Thank you, Agripine. I promised myself I wouldn't. I just want to take this moment to also, from the bottom of my heart and the rest of the current NB as well, thank you, Agripine. I am so thoroughly impressed by the way you stayed active, you remained, you were proactive with everything, while being on the other side of the planet, not getting all the perks and getting to go to the events, not getting to have as much fun as I did this year, I would say. And still, you stayed, you were available. Be it during the last NA when I had a class and you had to send the amendment that I couldn't do anymore, or whatever it was. Like, I am so impressed, and you did an amazing job, especially in the last 6 months. I just kept on being like, how does she do it? Also, hearing what you do on the side, it was genuinely so impressive. I'm so happy we got to do a GA together. Had a lot of fun with you at the GA. It was truly amazing. I hope you also got to see the fun part of it and still got to enjoy all of it. Either way, thank you and chapeau. This was insane.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry you're still here, but just a few words. Thank you, first of all, Agipin, for that beautiful speech and for letting me know how much you actually calm down as a person and corporation, you know. I'm not. Thank you, all of you, of course. Yes, that's why I'm here. Firstly, coming from Pakistan. I did not imagine I would be here, especially being elected from a Swiss NO. I mean, if you think about it, the voting they're doing today, it's crazy, right? So the opportunity to actually be in your board, represent you, and giving me the love and the, I don't know, I'm not gonna cry by the way. And the acceptance was very, very heartwarming. And I will text everyone that I want to thank along this journey. I won't say here because a lot of people have to take trains, I know. I'm only speaking because I'm not sure if I'll be able to speak at my OCNA. So basically, this is my goodbye speech, which is not long as well. I really wish Izzy was here as well, but I hope we'll see each other soon. And the good thing is the vote didn't go as planned, as per Swiss. So I won't be going from here, so we can still meet. And thank you again. And I just would like to apologize if I ever hurt your feelings, hurt your. No, I'm saying that word passion, not very seriously. But if I ever made you feel less or anything, I'm just a human. I would like to apologize as a human to human. And I just wish I only gave back good energy and not bad. So thank you so much. And I don't know. Yeah, I'll be clean. Yes, thank you so much.
I'm going to thank you so much for listening. So now I'm going just to give the mic back to the chair team for the.
Yes, thank you so much. So we're just going to move on to the release of the board 2025-2026. So I'm going to invite for the last time my scrutinizers to the front. So since this is a vote, we're going to do a roll call first. A quorum check, sorry. Yeah. So the question is, are you ready to go home? So I am going to call each section's name. We go back one slide. Oh, confusing.
You don't have a, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Did you have it?
Yes, there is. Also, I don't know.
Yeah, that should be.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So I'm gonna call each section's name and please answer. Please raise your voting device and answer yes, no, or abstain. Are you ready to go home? ESN Phase. No. All right. ESN Bern. ESN Hood. Oh, they're not here. Okay. ESN FHNW. ESN Fribourg. ESN Genève. ESN EPFN. ESN Uni. ESN Lugano are absent, I think. ESN Luzern. ESN Neuchâtel. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zurich.
Okay. Yes, 5 yes. 6 no. And 2 who are not here anymore.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's 13.
No, it's not.
Or number 11.
Yeah. Okay, so with 5 yes and 6 no and 2 absent sections, we have a quorum of 11. So we're going to directly proceed to the vote for the release of the board 2025-2026.
Come to the front, board. We
Can we move somewhere?
I'm saying I can just stay here.
Maybe, I know. Question, can we put in?
What?
Do you guys need the question? Or can we put an easy there again? Is she still in the stream?
No.
No.
Oh, she left, okay, then not. Question.
Okay, so
Let her know.
this time I'm gonna ask the question and for the reply you would like to answer, raise your voting device. So, do you accept the release of the board 2025-2026? Please raise your voting device for yes.
I know, guys.
Section 8, please.
11 years.
Raise your voting device for no, for abstain, for abstain. So with 11 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the board of 2025-2026 is officially released. And with that, I think we can say that NA3 Fribourg.
Just this is traditional. So that. So with this, I'm very honored to declare the NA3 Fribourg finished. Thank you all.
Where's the train?
What?
Come on.
Take me up for what? A template?